Okay, before we kick off, some general housekeeping for our visitors in the gallery. In the event of an emergency that requires the building to be evacuated, or if our fire alarm system makes emergency tones, our staff will direct you to leave through the emergency exits and move to our evacuation assembly area, which is outside the main area of the PCYC. I will be moderating the meeting in accordance to Council's Code of Meeting Practice, which requires all participants and observers in the gallery not to disrupt the conduct of the meeting and treat each other with respect. Governance, are you ready? IT, are you ready? And streaming is on. Good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and those watching from home. I declare our meeting of council open at 2 minutes past 6 p.m. As a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands of elders past and present and emerging, on which we celebrate today, and other Aboriginal people who may be present. Councillors, we've received a leave of absence, a request from Councillor Glanville for the meeting tonight, with a very good reason. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Hernjack and Councillor Williams. Declare that carried. Request for remote attendance. Councillors, we've received a request for remote attendance from Councillor Beaujard for the meeting tonight. May I have a mover and a seconder for this? Councillor De Luca and Councillor Robins. Declare that carried. May I have a mover and a seconder for the minutes of the ordinary council meeting on the 15th of July 2025. Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hackman. Declare that carried. Councillors, we're up to item number 4. In accordance with our Code of Meeting Practice on page 2 of the agenda, reminds us of our oaths and affirmations of office made under section 233A of the Local Government Act 1993. Councillors, if you have any declarations of interest you wish to make, please do so now. Okay, nobody does. Okay, so we're up to public forum and public address. We have 25 speakers tonight, and before we commence, I wish to remind our speakers that this meeting is being broadcast over the internet. I'd also like to remind the audience that taking video recordings and photographs is not permitted in the chamber. Speakers must agree to the following before being permitted to address the council. You must not disrupt the conduct of the meeting and treat people with respect and courtesy. You will not denigrate or make defamatory or personal attacks on councillors or staff, and that council accepts no responsibility for comments made by you speaking at public forum and public address that could lead to a claim of defamation by any person either in the public gallery, viewing the meeting via the internet or any other media.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Could I please move a procedural motion noting that 3 of the waitlisted people are addressing on items that no one else is. So I'd like to move that Joshua Beer be permitted to speak, Alyssa Volp and Sadie Holmwood, who I understand are the school captains of St Cecilia, and they're willing to speak together, so that those 2 bundles be given permission to speak.
Okay. Councillor Grattan.
I was just going to say thank you very much to Councillor De Luca, and if we could make that adjustment, that would be fantastic. At the very least, just to have the school captain and vice captain speak together, given the long agenda item.
So, councillors, just so that you understand, we've got some speakers here from St Cecilia's Primary School who wish to come and speak, and they've been asked to speak together, so we will add them to the end of the list. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, I'm just looking for my latest list of speakers. No, I had it. Yeah, no, it's right in front of me. Okay, public forum. Speaker number 1 is Mr. John Holman on wastewater system at 16 Wyatt Avenue at Belrose. Seconded, by Councillor Grattan. Okay, thank you. Yep.
Thank you. My name is John Holman. I'm wanting to connect my property to the sewer. I've spent $50,000 bringing the sewer connection to my boundary. As part of this connection process, I've lodged an application with council to install a wastewater system. I lodged that in January 2025. The assessing officer sought to apply unjustifiable requirements to my application, and the application was not determined in the time frame. So I've commenced court proceedings in the Land Environment Court. I originally registered to speak about this application to install a wastewater system, but I've been effectively gagged by council through council's legal team, who've denied me the right to disclose any matters about the conciliation conference. So I'm going to use this opportunity to discuss bullying by council and what can be done to stamp it out. So council used to have a slogan on the side of the garbage trucks saying bullying is not okay. Here's what I propose to council. If council employees issue a notice, order or penalty under the Environment Protection and Assessment Act or under the Protection of the Environment Act, then that employee needs to be held responsible for the issuing of that order. If the notice, order or penalty is subsequently rescinded, revoked, withdrawn, overturned by the courts, then the issuing employee needs to be held responsible for issuing an unjustifiable notice, order or penalty. I'm suggesting a few things that can be done by council to hold staff accountable. In the case that any notice, order or penalty is rescinded, revoked, withdrawn or overturned by the courts, the following action should occur. Firstly, in the case of orders issued under the Environmental Protection and Assessment Act or the Protection of the Environment Act, that employee needs to have their authorisation to issue such notices revoked. Secondly, the CEO needs to be advised of any notices, orders or penalties that were rescinded, withdrawn or otherwise not pursued by council. Each of these cases then needs an outline of how much council has spent pursuing the action and how much the recipient is likely to have spent defending the action. The employee thirdly, the employee responsible for issuing the order that was subsequently rescinded, withdrawn or overturned needs to write a letter of apology to the recipient for incorrectly issuing notice, orders or penalty. This letter needs to be countersigned by the CEO. I believe this type of robust accountability should also be applied to the assessment of applications, such as the application for approval to install a wastewater system. Where it is found that the assessing officer has sought to deny approval or request unjustifiable measures to the approval, the officer needs to be held accountable. This is because bullying is not okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam
Mr.
Mayor.
Holman.
Madam Mayor.
Councillor DeLuca.
Thank you. I have questions arising from that speech to the General Manager, Mr. Scott Phillips. Could the General Manager please undertake to review the concerns of Mr. Holman in relation to alleged bullying? And also, is it not the case that should a council staff member or a councillor have been found to have acted recklessly or maliciously and not in good faith, they can be surcharged pursuant to the Local Government Act?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, should the public have any issue they wish to raise, we are happy to receive those matters. Councillors, I'm not able to discuss staff matters further in this public forum.
Could you, though, please confirm that the surcharge provisions of the Local Government Act are applicable to both councillors and staff in situations where recklessness or malice is found?
Madam Mayor, as this matter concerns several nuances. I'm not in a position to discuss that further at tonight's meeting.
Could you please take that on notice then, as well as the issues raised by the constituent, and undertake to at least give us a confidential response?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I can certainly advise councillors.
Okay, thank you. Next one up is Mr. Stephen Hancock on active transport on the northern beaches. Is Mr. Stephen Hancock here? We might circle back to him at the end. Could be still on his way. Next one is Mr. Nathan Thomason on the use of rates for Manly Town Hall.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and all. My name is Nathan Thomason and I'm the Libertarian Advocate for Manly Ward. Before I speak about the use of ratepayer money, I just want to check in with councillors. Are you okay? It's been 2 months since you got your last hit of other people's money. Do you feel better? Well, obviously not. You're sizing up your next score. Soon, you'll say you don't have enough money for services again. Soon, you'll say you need more of our hard-earned money. How do I know? Because of Councillor Bingham's idea of turning the old Manly Town Hall into a cultural venue. Boy, here we go again. How many more council-run venues that lose money does Manly need? We already have an art gallery fully staffed and empty of visitors tanking money. That existing art gallery is bad for Manly. Councillor Bingham's new art and culture venue will do the same. We know how well council does with leasing space out. We just have to look at the empty cafe space at the heart of Mona Vale to see how well this town hall project will go. I don't know why we want to retain a symbol of bad financial management and stints in administration. Perhaps the town hall is a symbol for councillors to look up to. The retention of this asset to be managed by this council will end up costing us money. And that again will be bad for Manly. What then should be done with this asset? Has council considered selling the old town hall off and using the proceeds to fund their operational spending? Perhaps this would have been a good thing to do before you decide to fleece the already struggling ratepayer and raising our rates. But perhaps you could sell it off to the Felons Group. They have no issue with planning or leasing property in the heart of a high traffic area, unlike council and their cafe at Mona Vale. That's an idea that's good for Manly. The Libertarian Party believes that the council should be about roads, rubbish and reducing rates. If councillors want a cultural centre in the heart of Manly, follow the example of the community up at the Central Coast. That community had a need for a cultural venue. They then crowdfunded it themselves and they run it themselves without the use of ratepayer funds or without the council. What a concept. What will happen with this project is what always happens with this council: overblown, over budget and vacant of visitors. But once again, thank you councillors for showing us your resolve to fleece us. Councillors, these fires will be going up so the other ratepayers of Manly can thank you also. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So we're up to number 4, Mr. Douglas Rennie, Council's War on Business. Yep. Just before you start, Mr. Rennie, was that Stephen Hancock who just came through the door? Yes, okay, great. You've missed your spot, but we're going to come back to you. Thank you. All right, sorry.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, councillors and all. My name is Doug Rennie and I am the Libertarian Advocate for Pittwater Ward. I moved to Pittwater over 17 years ago. The heart of the community are small businesses that care about their neighbours. It's the local baker that remembers your name, the lunch spot you take your friends and family to. It's the coffee cart that is there in the morning walk. The government's response to COVID-19 crippled small business across our wonderful Northern Beaches community. However, since the government's crisis is now over, business is slowly returning. Despite council's best efforts, they came up with good policy during the time. No, it wasn't ratepayer-funded art projects which would have fleeced the ratepayer. It was permits to allow coffee carts to operate. These little businesses operating in the great parks and beaches of our community provided a well-needed caffeinated boost while on much-needed walk or meet up with friends. 12 operate across the northern beaches, and surprise, surprise, the council now wants to get rid of them. First, you fleece the ratepayers. Now you won't let them make a living to pay for your bad spending habits. I suppose you have to be a councillor yourself and lease a council premises to get council help. Council has also shown its ineptitude in managing business. A cafe site in council land in the heart of bustling Mona Vale can't be leased due to excessive red tape, exorbitant rent and stupid lease conditions. Council clearly can't manage this asset, so they should sell it and put the proceeds into operational spending. Perhaps they should have done this before they came to the ratepayers for a 25% rate increase that the majority of the northern beaches didn't want. Perhaps businesses would be more willing to open up in the northern beaches if the council wasn't waging a war on small business with their cloggy DA's process, exorbitant rates and excessive red tape. The Libertarian Party believes council should be about roads, rubbish and reducing rates, not getting in the way of small business, not fleecing the ratepayer to fund their addiction to other people's money, and certainly not running a business when they clearly can't. But councillors, I would like to thank you for your war on business. It shows that a change is desperately needed, and these flyers and signs will soon be going out to all the ratepayers of the Pittwater ward, where they'll get a chance to thank you all very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we might just hop back quickly to Stephen Hancock on active transport on the northern beaches.
Hello there. Transport on the beaches generally is in a mess. Roads are gridlocked, parking is limited, public transport buses are in perpetual meltdown, and sadly council seems incapable of seeing the positives of e-bikes. My name is Stephen Hancock and I cycle an analogue bike to work on the beaches every day. I own a car, but I prefer to ride. With an active populace, the beaches could be an active transport poster child, but council's consistent failure to complete projects is wasting a golden opportunity. In London, 50% of trips are now by bike, something that the beaches with its limited parking should aspire to. In London, this recent spike in usage has been brought about by building a connected network of safe, dedicated cycling infrastructure. If it can be done in a 1,000-year-old city like London, it can be done on the beaches. Active transport on the northern beaches is a story of endless time-consuming, lacklustre strategy and almost zero delivery. You can list on a few fingers the dedicated cycle lanes on the beaches, but the litany of failed, cancelled and mothballed projects is lengthy. Here's a few that I know of. I suspect there's more. The DUI Oaks Avenue got put in the too hard basket years ago. DUI Seafront was built, but it's poorly constructed and isolated from a network. The Manly, there was a grant to build lanes during COVID. Unlike numerous councils in Sydney who successfully built cycling legacy with these COVID grants, Northern Beaches Council shelved that Manly cycle path and built rotting benches which have now been taken away, and no one wanted to sit on them anyway. The Bilgowler Bends, don't know what's happening with that, the Serpent bit, I think that's been put in the too hard basket. Rosebery Street in Manly Vale, all planned out, said they were applying for grants, nothing's ever happened with it. This continued failure and lack of results hints at a structural issue in council and needs to be addressed. And the main example I want to talk about now is the Curl to Freshwater, Oliver Street. This project should be a shining example of local cycle lanes, but it's turned into a half-decade case study of council waste and mismanagement, highlighting the lack of expertise and political will within council to deliver active transport. Funded for a $1 million COVID grant, supposedly to deliver a quick win for the community, Northern Beaches Council had turned the project from a 1.2 kilometre dedicated cycle lanes and streetscape into a disappointing 2 crossings and 200 metres of cycle lane. $1 million for 2 crossings and 200 metres is the current proposal. For a council short of funds, you certainly know how to spend ratepayer cash. And then the elephant in the room, e-bikes. E-bikes are here to stay and revolutionising transport for children and adults. Council is trying to bring in unenforceable codes and education in schools, but the one thing that is in its jurisdiction is infrastructure, and I'm not seeing that addressed.
Mr. Hancock, your time is up. Does anyone want to move to extend? Councillor Harvey? Anyone else? Councillor Hernjack, all those in favour? Councillor Harvey and Hernjack, all those against? Declare that lost. I'm sorry, Mr. Hancock. Yeah, we've got so many speakers on tonight. We need to be quite strict on our 3 minute.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next person up is Mr. Matthew Rogg on e-bike safety program.
Good evening, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I represent E-Bike Safety Australia, and you'll hear from my colleague Ben a bit later tonight. Look, earlier this year we launched our first pilot program in Cronulla High School, a little bit south of here. The program combined online safety education with a unique ID tag system attached to the student's bike. The course covers everything from road rules and helmet use to hazard awareness, battery safety. And while the ID tags give schools and parents a simple way to monitor and encourage safe riding, the impact has been immediate. Teachers now have a practical tool to hold students accountable. Parents have told us they feel reassured knowing their children are educated to ride responsibly. And most importantly, students themselves are changing their behaviour. Helmets are being worn properly and risky riding is noticeably reduced. While we were filming the launch with Channel 9 just 2 weeks ago, we had a bus driver come over to the principal and explain that in just 2 days of the ID tags going on the bikes, that the students had been calmer and sort of safer in their riding style. So that's a real-world example of a positive impact there. Look, it's the first time in Australia that a bike safety program has also included not just education but accountability, and it's already proving to work. It's probably the most important thing and point of difference with our system. Looking ahead, there's potential to expand these systems into other groups such as food delivery riders and other e-bike users who face similar safety and compliance challenges. But the most important starting point we think is here with young riders in the schools. This is where the risks are the greatest and where education and accountability can have the biggest long-term impact. With your support, we can continue building on the success at Cronulla High School and run our program here in the Northern Beaches area as well. We have also received funding to roll the program out in 10 schools from Sutherland Shire Council. So I hope that helps with your decision later tonight on your motion. Maybe you'll consider us. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Hey, Mr.
Excuse me, Matt. Sorry. I just have a question, if it's okay for the last speaker. My question is just around if this has been successful in 10 schools in the Southern Beaches, what the cost is to those schools?
So we haven't rolled it out yet, but we've been given the funding for it. We're charging $3,500 per school. That's to educate all the students, and then there's a ID tag cost of $31.
Okay, thank you very much. Next speaker up is Ms. Dorothy Keogh on Foundation of Governance.
Good evening. Thank you. The Commonwealth of Australia Constitution Act 1901 is the fundamental law of Australia, binding everybody, including the Commonwealth and state parliaments. So says this little book here, which is put out by the Australian government. The attempted creation and operation of local councils through state legislation alone does not and cannot override the express will of the people as required under section 128 of the Constitution. At the council meeting on the 17th of June 25, I notified all attending Northern Beaches Council members and staff that they are operating unlawfully, according to our constitution and based on the 3 national referendums where the people of this country voted no to the establishment or continuation of local government. I am now notifying you again for a second time. In direct violation of these referendums, the political parties ignored the will of the people and aided and abetted in a constitutional coup and an unlawful foreign takeover with treasonous conversion of government into private business without consent of the governed. This audacious act of abhorrent disregard for the will of the people and our true law was echoed recently when more than 50% of the Northern Beaches property owners who participated in the council survey voted no to the exponential rate rise, which has since been implemented. There seems to be a disturbing pattern here. Our country is being run by private corporations created by private political parties and operating for profit. Local councils, also being private trading corporations, are a party to this illusion. They have no more authority to impose taxes than McDonald's, no lawful authority to create laws, enforce fines, or issue development or compliance notices. In 1956, the High Court of Australia ruled if a state government establishes a local government with an ABN, then that ABN entity is automatically regarded as a corporation and it therefore cannot be government. Once a government body converts to a corporation, it cannot revert back to a government. In 2015, the High Court of Australia also ruled if you have an ABN and provide services for money, you are a trading corporation. That cannot be changed or overruled by any statute, act or bylaw. Fair Work Act Section 35 establishes if you have an ABN and you employ people, you are a corporation. Under the Australian consumer law, to do business with anyone, corporations require a written contract with a wet ink signature of all parties with full and total disclosure of all aspects of the contract. Within these government departments, there appears to be much racketeering by deception and fraud by misrepresentation. And it would seem that all council staff, CEOs and councillors are accessories to certain crimes, such as impersonation of lawful public office, fraudulent misrepresentation of government authority, systemic fraud and extortion and theft from the people.
Okay, thank you, Ms Keogh. You've used your 3 minutes. Does
Thank you.
anyone want to extend the speaker? Answer is no.
It's okay, I've finished, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker up is Mr Sean McLeod on potholes versus climate change.
Good evening, Mayor, councillors and all. My name is Sean McLeod and I am the Libertarian Advocate for the Cocoa Ward. Yes, another Libertarian. It's been a wet few weeks across the Northern Beaches. The shopping centres have been filled with parents looking to entertain their kids. The beaches look sad and empty. And of course, the roads are congested and falling apart. Many on the council would attribute this to man-made climate change, while here in the real world, we just call it winter. It happens every year, usually around the same time, and unsurprisingly, the roads that you are responsible for turn to gauntlet potholes. In fact, I think they're ditches now. I'd like to congratulate the council on their new portal, however. Report a pothole. The ratepayer can finally see some return on their forced investment. However, this portal is a matter of too little, too late. All winter we have seen across social media people talking about where to avoid the massive potholes. For every one you miss, you hit another 7. And others talking about the damage done by these holes every day. There is a general commentary about how this is a regular occurrence and that this happens every year. So why has it taken the council so long to put up a basic reporting system of a well-known event? The mind boggles. The answer is simple. Council is too busy spending $7 for every 100 they get on trying to fix climate change. initiatives to care about roads until the community is outraged by their ineptitude. The Libertarian Party believes the council should be about roads, you know, those things that we all drive on, sometimes dirt tracks if you're a bit more adventurous, rubbish, the stuff we stick in our bins that you guys pick up every once a week, for a Thursday for me, and reducing, that means going down, our rates. You can have all the pie in the sky policies and initiatives you like about trying to fix the weather. They won't fix the weather. What you do have power over is the roads that our rates pay for. While your portal is a good idea, congrats, it is too little too late for people affected by the dodgy roads. 2 months ago, you passed a 25% rate rise, increasing the financial burden on families and businesses of the Northern Beaches, arguing that you don't have the funds to run basics. If you cut that $7 out of every 100 on the climate change, you might have enough for the roads so our communities can drive safely in the rain. I want to thank you all for showing your inability to do the basics to our community. And these flyers will be going up all over the Kelco ward, and I'll bet you want to see what they say.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Our next speaker is Marita McRae on request of land. We've had to remove the name off there, but it's request of land. Marita, feel free.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to give you some background to an item that's coming up later on the agenda. And this land was owned by a wonderful woman called Lynette O'Neill. And in her working life, she was a teacher of children with special needs. And a great thing about Lynette was her wonderful knowledge and love of bushland. And she moved with her husband to this land in Newport in the 1960s. And on the land, which is actually 2 blocks, a total of about 1,200 square metres, it was an old fisherman's weekender, a very simple cottage. And her great knowledge of this land is extraordinary, which had never been cleared. So it is original bushland in Newport. And it's spotted gum, Pittwater spotted gum forest, and it has other big canopy trees. It has understory shrubs and ground covers, and about 50 native species to date. Her husband, Owen Rowe O'Neill, died in 2006. There were no children, and then no other family that we knew about. She never mentioned anyone. In 2014, she made her will, and in that will, she bequeathed her land to Pittwater Council at the time, and then it was accepted by Northern Beaches. I first met Lynette about 20 years ago when she asked Pittwater Natural Heritage Association, and I was a representative, to help her in a dispute with neighbours in an adjoining property who wished to cut down several big spotted gums to make way for a house they wanted. And we did succeed in getting that DA amended. So over the next several years with Bushcare Friends, we helped her weed her land. It didn't need very much because she was so good at looking after it. We updated the plant species list, and we had many very happy cups of tea. But Lynette developed Parkinson's disease and became unable to live there alone. She spent nearly 2 years suffering from worsening Parkinson's and dementia in Hardy Aged Care in Manlyvale. Dr. Geraldine Lake and I became powers of attorney for her. We arranged her finances, let her house and visited her in aged care. Her husband's ashes were in a niche in a low stone wall on the land with a plaque with dates of his birth and death, and Lynette's date of birth. She died this year on June 19. She was cremated and her ashes placed in the niche alongside those of her husband. In her files, we found the invoice to the company that had made the plaque on the niche.
Okay, Ms McRae, just hold on a moment because your 3 minutes is up. Your time will be extended. Councillor Harvey, Councillor Bingham, all those in favour?
Thank you.
Declare that carried. You get a little bit of extra time.
Thank you. Among her files, we found the invoice to the company that had made that plaque on the niche. It already had her birth date, so we had her date of death added, and there they both remain in their beloved bushland. She would like this land to be named Sanctuary. So I'm just giving you some background to that motion that's coming up later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms McCree. Okay, next person up is Ms Deborah Bardwell, Northern Beaches Council parking stickers.
Right, how do I sound? I'm a bit throaty today, but hopefully you can hear me. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. My name's Debbie Bardwell, a ratepayer and a landlord, and I'm here to object to the digitisation of beach parking stickers. Currently, more than 250,000 permits are issued each year, with fewer than 5,000 car spaces available. Landlords may choose to give stickers to tenants, but this is not mandatory, and rightly so. Circumstances differ and is simply not practical to enforce. Council plans to move to a digital permit system, linking permits to vehicle registrations. We are told that this will save $75,000 a year, but the contract itself costs $474,000. That means ratepayers will wait about 6 years before any savings are realised. At a time when basic services like road maintenance are underfunded, this feels like misplaced priorities. We are told this change will reduce misuse of permits, yet the so-called black market is minimal, around 29 ads online at around 130 to 175 per sticker. This hardly justifies such a major outlay. More concerning is the broader issue. Digital systems mean registration, cross-referencing and reliance on smart city technologies. This pushes us further towards digital IDs and government surveillance. Australians rejected the Australia card decades ago because we value our privacy and freedom. With data breaches, cyber attacks and outages becoming common, increasing reliance on digital systems is risky. I fear this is a part of a bigger push towards control, eroding privacy, property rights and personal autonomy. Ratepayers have just faced steep rate rises, yet instead of focusing on essentials, Council is funding a costly digital system that residents did not ask for. For these reasons, I urge you to reconsider. Further, a quick word about Rock the Mind fundraising event for the Mind Cafe. It was a fabulous evening that brought the community together with live music, guest speaking, Sophie and Jackie Scrooby, and generous support from Rotary Warringah. With over 200 tickets sold, plus donations, merchandise, auctions and raffles, we raised more than $11,000 after expenses. So thank you to everyone who supported the event, and Madam Mayor as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're up to Ms Genevieve Leaper, rates and charges. Okay, you ready?
Good evening, everyone. My name's Genevieve. Do local councils have any Crown or constitutional authority, and where do they get their authority from? The Commonwealth of Australia Constitution Act 1901 UK does not establish or authorise local government, that is, councils. Local councils are creatures of state legislation, as the local council operates under the Local Government Act 1993. So as I've said before, everyone in front of us here is a state government employee, and council rates are a state government tax. The states have no authority to levy taxes, so that's why this lot have to call themselves local government. Councils say they derive their power not from the Commonwealth Constitution, but from state constitutions and state law. The legal and constitutional argument is as follows. State governments have no power to create a third tier of government under the Commonwealth Constitution. Councils are not a lawful level of government as they were not created via referendum under section 128 of the Constitution. The 1988 referendum to recognise local government in the Constitution was rejected by the people. Therefore, no change to the Constitution, therefore councils remain unconstitutional. Councils are administrative bodies, not lawful government, and have no right to impose rates, charges, fines, issue development or compliance orders. They have as much right as McDonald's, Hungry Jack's and KFC. The 1988 referendum results show that a majority of states and a majority of voters voted no to recognising local government in the Constitution. Pape versus the Commission of Taxation 2009, Williams versus Commonwealth 2012 reinforced the idea that the new constitutional powers must come through referenda, not state legislation. The names of local councils are deceptive. Northern Beaches Council is not a local representative body. If it was, when we all voted against the rate rise, they would have listened and acted accordingly. Northern Beaches Council is a state government corporation. The state government just purchased the business name. Northern Beaches Council is not a tier of government, but an operational corporation with an ABN 57284295 Again, they have about as much right to levy rates as McDonald's, Hungry Jack's and KFC. A tier of government can only operate under powers given by the Constitution. Anything outside of it, including local government, including councils, are ultra vires beyond legal power. The state constitutions were made letters patent on the 29th of the 10th, 1900. Only the reigning monarch can change the letters patent, limited power of attorney under the reservations of rights in the letters patent. Was the reservation of rights complied with? I don't think so. Was the New South Wales Constitution altered in 1979 to create local councils? Could have been. Do the states have a right to create local government and levy taxes? Definitely not.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so as what was voted on earlier, we'll have our two young ladies up from Elisa and Sadie regarding St Cecilia's primary school closure.
And also Mr Beer.
Oh, sorry, okay, but let's... Okay, just to let you know, there'll be a sound that goes off when you've got 30 seconds left, okay? Thank you.
Good evening, councillors, Mayor and Mayor. My name is Sadie Homewood and I am the school captain at St Cecilia's Primary School in Balgowlah.
My name is Serafina Volpe and I'm the vice captain.
I want to speak to you tonight not as students, but as part of a of families who have called St Cecilia home for the many years. My older brother started at St Cecilia's in 2017, and since then the school has been at the very centre of our lives. It is where we have made our closest friendships, where teachers have guided us with care, and where we have all felt part of something much bigger than ourselves. That's why the sudden announcement last Tuesday that our school is closing has been so shocking and so painful. There was no real discussion with families or students. The decision was dropped on us with little warning, and now we are left trying to make sense of it.
This isn't just about buildings or enrolment numbers or money. This is about children. Children who have been raised in this community, who have felt safe here, and who are now being told that the hearts of the world is going to be taken away. I'm the eldest of 5 children in my family. St Cecilia's has been a part of our story for as long as I can remember, and long before that. My grandma and her 4 siblings all walked in these same classrooms. My grandparents were married in this parish church just next door. This school, this parish, isn't just a place to us. It's a home, a heartbeat and a history we're proud of.
For my family, the impact is greater than. My little sister Scarlett is in year 3 and she is getting treatment for leukemia. She has been through more than most children her age should ever have to face. St Cecilia's has been her safe place, close to home, with teachers and friends who understand and support her. In the hardest moments of her illness, the support of the school has given her a sense of normal life. Now, at times when she most needs support, she is being forced to move schools, to lose her teachers and her friends, and her routine, while she is still fighting for her life. I cannot tell you how unfair this is for her and my whole family. But this is not just our story. All the families at St Cecilia's are feeling the same heartbreak. We have trusted and invested in this school for years, and we deserve to have our voices heard before discussions like this are made.
Councillors, we are asking you tonight to please stand with us, help us fight this closure and protect our school that have served our community for generations and that continue to give children a safe and nurturing place to grow. Closing St Cecilia's is not just closing a school, it's tearing apart a community and something that we should be fighting to prevent.
We need to use your voices, your position and your influence to push back against this decision and to show the people of Balgowlah will not accept a future without St Cecilia's. And finally, as captains, we don't want our legacy to be that we were the captains of the last St Cecilia's. We want it to be that we were the captains who helped save it. Thank you.
Beautifully said. Well done, young ladies. Okay, and our last person up is Joshua Beer, Staffing Costs and Council CEO Review. Another Libertarian. Well, single sides here. Thank you.
The previous speakers were a very hard act to follow, so well done. Good evening, Mayor, councillors, and everyone present. My name is Joshua Beer. Thank you also for the chance to speak. I also am a Libertarian advocate for the Narrabeen ward. People have understandably been quite upset at council lately with the 25% rate rise in a community already doing it tough. Where does the money go? We expect it to be spent on basics like roads and rubbish and other basic services. But one absolute drain on the money seems to be staff that council employs. I'm not talking about the helpful people at the libraries and other places we all love to go. I'm talking about the faceless bureaucrats who sit in the offices and dream up all the schemes that council can spend money on. Thank you. By council's own budget papers, we spend millions on staff, and you only have to jump on a site like Seek to see that. We found data of senior project managers who can work from home and earn up to $140,000 a year. Similarly, we have executive staff. The CEO is paid $544,000 a year, is our understanding. And imagine being paid almost as much as the Prime Minister to fix roads and pick up rubbish. Thank you. Those who do not question this, why this is being paid so much, should be ashamed. Tonight, in a closed session of this meeting, Council will be reviewing the CEO's performance. On behalf of us, we give the CEO a grade F. The councillors may have bad spending habits.
Okay, if I can just ask everyone to be respectful. Thank you.
Thank you. The councillors may have bad spending habits, but the CEO enables them to do so. Thank you. We only have to look at the 25% rate rise. This council wanted 40% because they couldn't balance the books. Why didn't they just reduce their operational spending, such as by sacking the CEO? The Libertarian Party believes that council should be about roads, rubbish, and reducing rates. Staff that cost this much surely cannot be a good thing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Just a
so now
question.
we're on to...
Just a question, Madam Mayor.
Councillor
The
DeLuca?
figure quoted by you is actually incorrect. Could the correct figure for the General Manager, Mr Scott Phillips' salary, please be provided? It is in excess of what you quoted.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if the CEO is allowed to speak, but the COO probably can respond since we can't speak on our own selves. Well, we'll be discussing it when we're doing confidential.
Through you, Chair, yes, it's presented in the annual report each year. I would just need to quickly pull it up. I don't know it off the top of my head, but it's presented in that public document each November.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. I think it's over 570,000 now. Would that be correct? You can take it on notice.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, could I ask, now we're up to public address on our council topics we're voting on tonight. So Mr Beau McHenry. Mr Beau McHenry, thank you. You're speaking on 11.3, the draft Mona Vale Beach Plan of Management.
Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm speaking tonight in strong support of the Mona Vale Beach Plan of Management. This plan has received overwhelming community support because it enables what our residents desperately need: responsible dog beach access. And for a council called Northern Beaches, it seems laughable we don't allow man's best friend on the beach. Since COVID, dog ownership has increased greatly, and currently Northern Beaches Council has around 30 off-leash areas, yet absolutely no ocean beach access. Of our dog-friendly areas with water access, think Curl Curl Lagoon or Sandy Bay and Clontarf, the water quality in all of these locations is highly questionable. Councils all up and down the coast of Australia are able to provide even the most basic of these amenities for their residents, but in an area spoilt for choice, we have to wonder why the Northern Beaches is so far behind on our approach. 70% of well over 3,000 submissions support this plan. This is an overwhelmingly positive community response. These are people not just supporting the paperwork, these are people who actually want to see the dog beach trial that this plan enables. It would be unwise and even negligent to ignore such clear democratic mandate. And this isn't a permanent change. It's a responsible 12-month trial we can evaluate and adjust. The New South Wales Government has already provided consent after a thorough review. Environmental impacts have been assessed as minimal with proper management. And the plan includes safeguards, comprehensive safeguards, upgraded fencing, monitoring, waste facilities, and restricted hours. Councillors, this plan is the gateway to what 70% of our community wants. We have the mandate, we have the safeguards, and we have government approval. The question is simple. Will we listen to our residents? Please adopt this plan and enable the trial our community overwhelmingly supports.
Okay, thank you very much. On the same topic, we have Mr Warren Bingham. Oh, sorry, we need the timer reset.
Don't mind, I'll take the extra 30 seconds.
Okay. Right, we're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Warren Bingham, Executive Chairman of Medtech International. I live in Bayview. I am a dog training instructor with the Manly and District Kennel and Dog Training Club. I'm also a volunteer of Delta Therapy Dogs alongside with my wife, Julie, and our Labrador, Billy. Always important not to get those names mixed up in order. I train community dogs and their owners to be good dog citizens so that we can all live a more harmonious life together. I'll address what the majority of the plan of management is about. The proposed off-leash dog trial at Mona Vale Beach South, as previously spoken to. This isn't a complicated decision. Strip away the noise and the only reasons to say no would be if there is no or little public support, or if there is negative impacts clearly outweighing the positives, or if the costs are unaffordable. So let's look at the facts. Public support. This began 22 years ago when Carril Bay was closed to dog swimming, with a promise to find alternatives. Since then, support has outweighed opposition by about 9-1. The plan of management confirmed it again. Most comments about the trial and 66% weren't just supportive, they were strongly supportive. And every yes doesn't represent just one person, it often represents a family. So that's not a slim margin, that's overwhelming. Let's look at impact. Council's own environmental experts chose this site because there are no significant risks. Nothing lives on this small strip of beach to be impacted. And the whole point of this trial is to confirm impacts. Without it, objections about danger or harm are mere speculation with no reality. For those who have publicly stated they'll vote in line with environmental reports, when it comes to dog beaches, the facts are clear. Your yes vote tonight will protect the environment, but because it's in line with your own expert reports and delivers the overwhelming will of the community too. Cost. The plan of management are core business council activities under the Local Government Act. This one's ready to go. Has legal standing, and the extras, signage, bins, ranger patrols, etc. are minimal and already part of normal operations. The plan of management is recommended for adoption. All you have to do is your part. Knowing these facts, those who vote tonight are not acting in line with the will of the community they serve. Other areas, on the other hand, get it right. Extensive dog access in the Central Coast, or even Italy and UNESCO World Heritage Parks.
Okay, your time is up.
I'll move for an extension.
Anyone else? All those in favour? Sorry, anyone in favour? Councillor Singh and Councillor DeLuca, anyone against? Okay, declare that lost. But thank you very much. I think we've got the idea. Okay. On to 11.4, which will also be, I suspect, exactly the same topic, but from another angle. Michelle Robinson, thank you.
Good evening, Michelle Robertson from Pittwater Unleashed. Tonight I speak not just for myself but for the thousands of local voices who stood with me over 11 years asking for something simple, reasonable and deeply rooted in community spirit, timed access for dogs to enjoy two beaches. The draft plan of management is complete. The issue of dog access has been examined thoroughly and resolved. There's talk that some dissenting councillors may push for an amendment to the plan of management to ban dogs altogether from our beaches, a move that would ignore both the evidence and the overwhelming community will. This is not a fringe campaign. Over 90% of submissions over the years have supported dog access. That's not a statistical blip, that's democracy speaking. Timed access is about balance. It respects the environment, the needs of families, walkers, swimmers, and yes, dog owners. It should be a compromise forged in dialogue, not conflict. And it reflects what this community wants, inclusion, not exclusion. For 11 years, I've listened, learned, and worked collaboratively. I've met with councillors, rangers, residents, council staff, and volunteers. We've removed misinformation and built understanding, and with your vote tonight, we can finally move forward, not backward, with a plan that reflects the trust we've built. In a time when loneliness is being labelled an epidemic, wouldn't you think our council would have some responsibility to build social connectedness, communities within communities? Dog owners coming together build more than routine, they build real friendships. We want a community that brings people together. In 2020, I patrolled Station Beach for the glorious 12 months when we were able to walk our dogs there. often twice a day, and never ever saw dog poo. What I did see and clean up was human rubbish, including a syringe just metres from where our children play near the southern steps. A dog didn't do this. I am asking you tonight not to let a possible amendment erase a decade of progress. Don't let it silence the voices of your constituents. Vote for the plan of management as it stands. Let's honour the process, the evidence, and most importantly, the people. Good people value inclusion. Here's part of a poem I shared with 6,400 Facebook followers. Just tell the big wigs what matters to you. Beach walks with your bestie, your kids or your crew. It's not just about pups chasing waves with glee. It's about how we share our land by the sea. So wag your voice, give it some sway, and help shape the rules in a doggone good way. Pittwater Unleashed stands for truth over confusion, fair access over exclusion, and a stronger voice for dog-loving residents who simply want to walk, swim and play with dignity. Let's stand up for paws, people and common sense, because enough is enough. The community has spoken. And I just want to say one thing more. Finally, a big thank you to the staff for the hard work in crafting this poem. It deserves to be respected and not undermined.
Ms Robertson, thank you very much. Okay. We've got 3 more speakers on this topic. So another person speaking for is Ms Julie Alexander, if you're here in the room. Thank you.
Good evening, Lady Mayor and councillors. Picture a calm morning, the sun rising over Mona Vale. The beach is quiet, just a few footprints on the sand. Billy, my yellow Labrador, trots beside me. For us, this isn't just a walk, this is therapy. I'm Julie Alexander, a Bayview resident and Delta Therapy dog volunteer, and you heard from my husband earlier. I know you're wondering, why do so many people want access to this tiny 300-metre strip of sand for a few short hours, barely a 4-minute walk, end to end? And it's good to wonder and ask why Michelle has been pushing for this for 11 years without giving up. It's because the benefit is bigger than the beach. Research shows that time by the ocean lowers anxiety and boosts mental health. Companion animals reduce stress and raise oxytocin and serotonin. Together, it's a free natural health program for people and dogs alike. And every visit is also a training opportunity, shaping calmer and more responsible dogs in the community. People paint pictures of chaos, but even in summer, this part of the beach is often empty. If there's any risk at all, it falls on the people who choose to be there, which is overwhelmingly dog owners. That's why the voices that matter most are those who will actually use it. Otherwise, it's like asking me to vote whether the men's shed should buy a new sander. Why let keyboard warriors block responsible dog owners from enjoying this tiny piece of sand? Of course, it's right to gather opinions, but these days it seems people want their own facts too. The plan of management before you addresses what's left, the reasonable questions, because it was professionally developed with expert advice. And as Warren outlined, every question has been comprehensively addressed. Any objections now aren't based on evidence. Every vote yes is. And here's the truth. We all want the same things. We all want to protect the environment and have safe, clean beaches. We all want happy communities. We all want decisions based on facts, not fear. Approving the plan delivers all 3. Years of community effort, ratepayer money, and your time have gone into this. To stop now would waste that investment and erode trust in council. You can do your part tonight by rejecting any further amendment if it's tabled, because it's simply not grounded in fact. When you approve the plan of management and the off-leash dog trial on Mona Vale Beach South as written, it won't be a win for dog owners and a loss for others. It'll be a win for the environment, for the whole community, and for their well-being. So picture again that calm morning, a handful of people walking with their dogs, connected to nature and each other. That is the future that's within your reach tonight when you approve the plan and the trial. As Warren was going to say, you have a choice to be remembered as the council who still said never in spite of overwhelming professional advice and community support, or the council who said yes to the environment and to connection, common sense, and the community that you serve. Now is the time. Let's make it happen.
Thank you, Miss Alexander. Okay, so the next person is going to have a statement read out by one of the staff from Mr. Joshua Bush, and this will be against.
Joshua Burns of Mona Vale writes on behalf of his family, the key concerns are public safety and amenity. Families with young children, elderly beachgoers and people with mobility aids use this area daily, specifically accessed from the Mona Vale clubhouse entrance and walks to the end of the beach. Off-leash dogs can cause anxiety for others, unintentional harm or distress, especially in crowded summer conditions. Beachgoers have a right to enjoy the sand and surf without fear of dogs approaching or jumping on them. Many local dog owners are already breaking the rules by using non-dog-friendly beaches, so it will be assumed that the proposed curfew times will also not be adhered to, like the current climate at Mona Vale South and Bongan Beach. Environmental protection. The south end of Mona Vale Beach includes fragile dune systems and is a feeding or resting area for shorebirds. Increased human, pedestrian and off-leash activity increases erosion risk, disturbs wildlife and may spread pathogens to marine habitats. Council has a duty under New South Wales environmental legislation to safeguard coastal ecosystems. Waste and hygiene. Even with responsible owners, increased dog presence raises waste management issues. Dog waste left in sand or washed into the ocean poses health risks to humans and marine life. Regional significance. Mona Vale Beach serves thousands of visitors annually from outside the LGA due to its ample free parking, direct access from Pittwater Road, Mona Vale Road and Barrenjoey Road, and proximity to popular Northern Beaches tourist routes. A permanent or trial off-leash designation would affect all New South Wales residents, not just local ratepayers. Many of my personal friends and acquaintances who live on the North Shore or Ryde areas refer to Mona Vale as their local beach, and with the proposed upgrade of Mona Vale Road, this will only make Mona Vale Beach more attractive for beach visitors who are more likely contributors to local hospitality and tourism or business than out-of-area dog owners will be. Adequate alternatives already exist. Northern Beaches already provides multiple designated off-leash beaches and parks. Council should improve existing facilities or facilities on the Pittwater side closer to Bayview rather than converting one of the region's few remaining all-ages dog-free beach areas in a highly accessible area. We call on Council to reject the trial outright due to unacceptable public safety, environmental and amenity risks. Commit to strengthening existing off-leash facilities rather than converting shared public beaches, and undertake an independent coastal impact assessment before any further proposals and review traffic forecasts and impacts from a professional traffic consultant who can compare the impact of this trial zone and ours to other existing and comparable off-leash dog areas such as Bayview. Mona Vale Beach South is a rare, accessible, family-oriented coastal space with unique natural geography. It should remain a safe, clean and inclusive environment for all, including fishers and surfers, from local residents to visitors from across New South Wales.
Okay, thank you, Ms Milburn, for reading that out. Our next is on the same topic again and another speaker against. Welcome back, Ms Marita McCree.
Good evening, councillors and staff and everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of Pittwater Natural Heritage Association because we object to this proposal. Now, in line with our objectives, we consider only the possible effects of off-leash dogs on the natural environment of beach and dunes. We think the review of environmental factors is inadequate. It is biased in favour of allowing dogs on beaches, providing inadequate consideration of the risks to fauna that may be present on beaches and in dunes, or may use these areas as habitat at various seasons and different times of day. It focuses on threatened species, overlooking the use of the beaches and dunes by other fauna. The review of environmental factors concludes that the potential impact on biodiversity is assessed as minor or negligible. Well, what does that actually mean? We believe the evidence for this is lacking. Many common species that could use the beaches and dunes and habitat were not recorded, and in one instance, the person doing the survey commented that there was a dog on the beach and, oh, by the way, we didn't see any birds. Absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. We consider the studies done to assess habitat are inadequate, completed over a few days. Use of habitat should be studied over several seasons and even years to produce reliable data reflecting the actual state of biodiversity in the area. For a trial to be an accurate record of differences between two states or conditions, at the commencement of the trial, data must be collected in line with principles of record keeping of observations, in this case, biodiversity of beach and dunes. At the end of the trial period, further observations of the same kind should be made, enabling accurate comparisons of data at commencement and at conclusion of the trial period. This is how a trial is assessed, the results supporting or disproving the hypothesis that introducing a variable into the environment, in this case unleashed dogs, will have an impact on the biodiversity. That's just logical. Unless this logical and this scientific rigour is followed, the trial, so-called, is worthless. We do not see such rigour here. In that case, how will Council assess whether the trial should lead to a permanent off-leash dog area or not? Will you be influenced by community pressure to ignore environment factors or be responsible enough to declare that off-leash dogs could have unacceptable environmental effects? The precautionary principle should prevail. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker up is on 12.3, Ms Sarah Baker, outcome of a public exhibition development or development control plans amendment, low and mid-rise housing adoption and implementation. Just rolls off the tongue. Yeah. Thank you.
Good evening, councillors. My name is Sarah Baker. I'm a Frenchs Forest resident and co-founder of the charity Electrify My Community. I'm here tonight to ask you to strengthen our development control plans so that every new Class 2 apartment building includes EV chargers from day one, not just the wiring, but installed 7 kilowatt chargers in at least 20% of spaces with a view to increasing this to 100% over time. This is about fairness, future-proofing, and financial common sense. The National Construction Code 2022 already requires all new Class 2 apartment buildings to be pre-provisioned for 7 kilowatt chargers. The easiest and most obvious next step is to make that functionality accessible from day one by installing chargers, not just leaving the wires in the wall. The Clean Energy Council of Australia has already recommended this amendment to the 2025 NCC, recognising that without it, too many people will be locked out. Here on the Northern Beaches, 1 in 3 residents are renters. They can't simply and easily install a charger themselves. They face the barriers of landlord permission, strata approvals, and expensive retrofits. And those retrofits are financially inefficient, costing over $1,000 more per space compared with installing chargers during construction. We also need to recognise the broader community benefits. Young people are already leaving the Northern Beaches, in part because of high housing costs and limited public transport. An EV that can be charged overnight makes renting here more affordable, giving them a real alternative to expensive petrol and long commutes. And developers don't lose out, they gain. Apartments with EV charging sell at a premium. Investors attract stronger tenants and renters enjoy modern, affordable infrastructure. It's a win-win-win. This amendment also aligns with Council's own strategies. The Transport Strategy 2038 says EVs will dominate by 2038 and highlights the need for charging in apartments. The Social Sustainability Strategy 2040 commits to being fair for everyone. And Council's EV infrastructure plan stresses that charging must be inclusive and equitable, not just for homeowners with a driveway. The policy, the equity case, and the financial case all point in the same direction. Councillors, if we delay installation of EV charging, we build tomorrow's inequities into today's apartments. So the choice is simple. Do we set a standard that leaves renters and young people behind, or do we lead by example and ensure that everyone in our community can charge at home? The Clean Energy Council says 20% is the minimum. I urge you to adopt that into our DCP now and set our sights on 100%, because that is where demand is heading and that is what fairness requires.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much. Your time's up. Does anyone want to put forward to extend? No, thank you very much. Okay, we've got someone else on the same topic. Mr. Christian Kent. And also speaking for.
Hello, I'm Christian Kent from Go Solar Mackellar. We're a volunteer group that helps local residents understand their choices for solar, batteries and EV, that sort of thing, EV chargers. And I'm also an owner on a strata building where I aided the committee to investigate solar and EV chargers. And I'm also an owner-occupier about a street away with solar and batteries, where I turn my power bills negative on the wholesale market with the cheapest auction prices. And homes can cut their total cost in half when they go from being an energy renter to an energy landlord. So I want to speak in favour of 7 kilowatt EV chargers on new apartment parking spaces rather than 3.5. 7 kilowatts, it's an important number. Solar on houses, they typically pump out about 10 kilowatts for a few hours a day, a bit above that. And solar on apartments, when you split it for amongst a typical three-storey low-rise per apartment, it's usually a bit under 10 kilowatts, so you're getting a bit above 10, bit below 10. And so 7 isn't just like the minimum you need to charge all EVs in like half a day instead of taking 24 hours, but like it commits to the main principle of using the free energy that you have when it's falling onto your roof for $0. And that is use your local energy first. It's coming to you for free. So being an energy landlord means you've got to use your local energy first before renting energy from others, right? And if you've got, give or take 10 kilowatts to play with, the rest of your household, it barely touches the sides. Many people don't know this. Air conditioning on full blast, you'll barely get a quarter of that 10 kilowatts used. It'll go up to 1 or 2. So the only thing that comes close to using all that free solar is EVs. 3.5 kilowatts won't do it. It just leaves power on the table. It's just getting not used. And so 7 kilowatts is the only way to touch anything close to 10 kilowatt free solar. And the other thing about this is that we tend to replace batteries about 20 years, panels about 25 years or so, but the power infrastructure, the cables and all that stuff, never. That's something that's permanent. So you've got to get it right the first time. That's why it has to be in this kind of setting. We really want to set a minimum. I'm done. That's all from me. If you want to find out how to make your power bills negative, come and chat with me anytime. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Gordon Lang, and Ms. Milburn will be reading out a statement. It's on item 14.2, Notice of Motion, Legislative Reforms to Class 1 Development Appeals to the New South Wales Land and Environment Court.
Gordon Lang writes, "Thank you for the opportunity to support this motion, which many believe is critical over the whole local government area and beyond. I am a resident of Northern Beaches. I am proud of a long, deep community involvement and support. I am representing many residents and the Palm Beach Whale Beach Association. Let me strongly state, I am not anti-progress. Progress and development are critical to our resilience and future. However, progress and development must be done for the benefit of 3 critical constituents: residents, visitors and the environment. We respectfully request councillors and the council support your community and push for change to the development process to allow the community to have faith council and the process are ensuring development is suitable and sustainable and is done in a transparent and consultative way. The development process is controlled by legislation and interpretation. The community must be able to feel comfortable that the interpretation complies and enforces the legislation and regulations, is a transparent process to allow faith in the system, and takes into account community concerns. A just legal system gives people confidence that their voices matter and their rights are protected. I and many, many residents believe the current process of DA determination is not just, transparent, nor equitable. There is a perception that the current process is designed to meet targets rather than comply with LEP or DCP legislation or regulations and support legitimate community concern. It is not the community's responsibility to be the watch person nor police. We should be able to have faith the council and the process are properly representing us. The 40-day assessment period has the effect of preventing proper consideration by the community and council, especially these days with complex multi-million-dollar applications. Often it is just a speed hump for developers who plan from the start to go to court, where they expect a more supportive decision, irrespective of community and council concern. The average period taken by councils to consider DAs across Sydney is 105 days, so there is plenty of opportunity to extend the deemed refusal period. The process brings large financial impost to the council. These funds could be better invested. Councils should be required to complete their own assessment of the DA and provide their decision to the court and the community, instead of halting the assessment when an appeal is lodged. This greater transparency is exactly what the council is proposing in its review of the Community Participation Plan. The community should be able to expect the council legal team to support and defend council's assessment decisions position before the court. The community should be able to have faith in the court process. Currently, there is very little transparency, community involvement or consultation. The court appears only concerned with an outcome, not with compliance, and not with the best interest of the community. Recent changes to the court rules have effectively prevented any community participation in the discussion of the merits of the DA by the court. The court's purpose, according to the website, is to safeguard and maintain the rule of law, equality of all before the law, access to justice, fairness, impartiality and independence in decision-making processes that are consistently transparent, timely and certain.
Are you finished? Is that the end of it, or is there a sentence more?
There's a little bit more.
How fast can you say it?
Yeah, okay.
All right, so first of all, let's just ask for an extension. Councillor Williams and Councillor Dillon, all those in favour? We've got Williams, Hernjack, Harvey. This is for extending it another minute. Councillor Singh and Councillor Dillon and Councillor Causey and myself. Those against. Councillor Hackman, Councillor Robins, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Beaujard.
Sorry, Mayor, I was for.
Oh, sorry, I only saw your hand up at the end. So carried, lost. There's only 7 of us, so, 14 of us. Put your hands up again if you want to extend it. Let's just capture that. Sorry, I know it's such an effort. Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself. So that's 8. Those against, if I'm counting right, should be 6 of you. Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Robins, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca. I'm missing somebody. And Councillor Grattan. 6. So declare that carried. All that for one last bit. Sorry about that.
The current perception is the court is a conciliation process only, irrespective of the laws, regulations, equality, fairness and transparency. We respectfully request all councillors support this motion to endeavour the development and implementation of a fairer and more transparent development application process. Thank you.
Thank you. It took less than it did to work out the number. Okay, so the next one is an item 14.3. Ms. Susan Sorensen, come on up on motion 34/2025, Humane Alternatives to the 1080 Poison for the Management of Feral Animals. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. As a local resident, I thank you for providing the opportunity to speak in support of Councillor Harvey and Councillor Hernjack's motion. item 14.3. Now, the Northern Beaches is home to threatened and locally significant species, including endangered long-nosed bandicoots, powerful owls and lace monitors. Baiting with 1080 poison directly threatens these native animals, which contradicts Council's Protect, Create, Live, Environment and Climate Change Strategy 2040 plan. There is a regional leadership opportunity here in that Campbelltown and Blue Mountains councils have already banned 1080 poison, recognising that the risks far outweigh the benefits. Parramatta Council has discontinued its use due to the marginal benefits of its deployment. Now, Northern Beaches Council now has an opportunity to join this leadership group and demonstrate that effective wildlife management does not require compromising environmental and community safety. We must invest in humane or effective alternatives. That means lobbying government departments for funding to consolidate methods such as fertility control here on the Northern Beaches and calling for a statewide ban of 1080. The motion's call for Council to advocate for increased government funding is crucial. Many councils will transition away from 1080 poison when provided the resources for alternative programs. By writing to Minister Rose Jackson and local members, Council can help secure the support councils need. This motion reflects community values of environmental responsibility and animal welfare as indicated by over 500 local signatories on a petition to ban the use of 1080 on council land. It's about finding solutions that effectively manage wild animals while reflecting the compassionate, progressive values our community expects from council. Councillors, 1080 is not just a number. It is environmental vandalism and it's cruelty disguised as pest management. It is hours of agony for every animal it touches. Wallabies and dogs convulsing on the ground, birds falling silent and our bushland poisoned at its heart. Most countries around the world have rejected this cruelty and we must too. We have the knowledge of its dangers and with your support, we can push for humane alternatives to do better for the sake of native wildlife, companion animals, wild animals and our community. I encourage Council to vote unanimously for this motion. It's not just about stopping one harmful practice, it's about positioning the Northern Beaches as a leader in humane, effective environmental management that other councils will follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next speaker up on the same topic, Ms. Cheryl Forrest-Smith.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Forrest-Smith and I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of Councillor Hrinjaks and Harvey's motion for humane alternatives to 1080. To quote 1080 research scientist Dr. Quinn Whiting O'Keefe, 1080 kills everything that breathes air, everything from earthworms to elephants. The World Health Organization gives 1080 its highest danger rating. It is banned in most countries around the world, and it is cruel. Victims suffer an agonizing slow death through ingestion, inhalation, and skin absorption. They scream, vomit, defecate. In a frenzy, they run into objects, lose control of their limbs, and suffer prolonged seizures. They die with a final convulsion of up to 48 hours after ingesting 1080. 1080 is commonly marketed as natural, leading to the belief that Australia's native wildlife has evolved varying degrees of tolerance to it. That is wrong. Australia uses an imported, chemically manufactured 1080. There is no evolved tolerance to this. For example, we know it kills native animals because licences are issued in Australia to kill millions of them every year. Dingoes, kangaroos, cockatoos and so on. We know that the CSIRO used 1080 to kill a wide range of native animals, such as hairy-nosed wombats and paddymelons, plus farm animals, to test their sensitivity to the poison. And yet for decades, our local councils have deployed this very poison across our community to eradicate foxes, and we still have foxes. Plus, there has been a failure to warn residents and visitors about secondary poisonings. Poisoned carcasses remain toxic for 226 days, endangering our local native wildlife such as powerful owls, Rosenberg's goannas and lace monitors. Poisoned insects provide a means of secondary poisonings for insectivores. A single contaminated carcass or vomit pile can kill companion animals weeks after the initial baiting. The poison can move beyond baiting sites, and fecal contamination of waterways by poisoned wallabies has been raised in the New South Wales Parliament. We cannot keep poisoning our parks and recreational areas where families walk, children play and dogs exercise daily with a substance that is deemed the most dangerous in the world. Humane alternatives are the future, and there are a wide range of them being successfully used overseas. Dr. Jane Goodall said, not only are there humane ways, there are also more effective ways. I strongly urge the Northern Beaches Council to end their use of 1080 and pursue those ways. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next topic is 14.4. Ms. Marita McRae again. Come on down. This is legislative reforms for weeds.
Thank you again. Again, I'm speaking on behalf of Pittwater Natural Heritage Association, and I have to quickly say sometimes I wish I'd never ever heard of weeds. Anyway, now, I understand, before I go on to talk about why we're talking to this motion, I understand that yet another review of the Biosecurity Act is currently underway, following that one that was completed in 2023. And I expect council staff are the best placed to assess whether council should agree to this motion or wait and see the outcome of this current review. However, we would like to comment on the problem this motion might address. The 2015 Biosecurity Act changed the quotes noxious weeds approach to weeds to a focus on biosecurity. And to paraphrase this very considerably, this focused the management of pests and diseases on actions to prevent the establishment of new and emerging ones. And of course, that must be done. We don't want any more new weeds or pests. But the downside of this is that weeds already well established can't continue to be a serious concern. That is, they won't attract action and funding from grants from outside the local government area, for instance, from the state government, not like they could have done when they were still classed as noxious weeds. Now, this category includes well-known weeds such as asparagus fern, lantana, and climbers such as morning glory. And you can read about the council's local priority weed management plan developed under this legislation on the council webpage. Pittwater Natural Heritage is focusing on the problem of weeds that plague our urban bushland and gardens because for over 30 years our association has managed grants worth many thousands of dollars in partnership with Pittwater Council and lately Northern Beaches. We imagine this new landscape-wide biosecurity approach would benefit our area where we have a lot of remnant vegetation in bushland and road reserves and on private land. It is so frustrating for people caring for our bushland to spend a day of bush care or months on a project controlling weeds in bushland reserves, only to see on a neighbouring road reserve or in a private garden those very same weeds ready to invade the bush we work so hard to protect. The biosecurity approach focuses on the economic harm weeds can do to agricultural assets, and of course that's important. But the natural environment, such as our bushland, though it is an asset of many values, doesn't have similar economic value.
Ms. McRae, we're at the end now. Does anyone want to extend? I've got, okay, all those who want to extend for another minute, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack. All those against, declare that lost.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. 3 bites of the cherry. Okay, next person up is Mr. Ben Horwood on 15.1 on the notice of rescission on the mayoral minute to do with student bicycle licence scheme.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors of the Northern Beaches. My name is Ben Horwood. I'm the founder of E-Bike Safety Australia, a not-for-profit organisation dedicated to educating young riders on safe riding practices and responsible riding. Our core mission is to empower the next generation of riders through comprehensive education and accountability measures. Our flagship school program has garnered national media attention, particularly with our rollout at Cronulla High School. This program includes an engaging online education module, a knowledge quiz, digital licence for participants, and for the first time in New South Wales history, the fitting of student ID tags to over 200 e-bikes. It's not just about rider safety, it directly addresses community concerns by fostering accountability and reducing incidents that affect pedestrians, drivers, and neighbourhoods. We've built a strong collaborative ecosystem to support this work, partnering with state and federal MPs, Department of Education, New South Wales Police and Transport New South Wales. E-bike retailers and importers are also in that picture, and crucially, our Sutherland Shire Council. The success of Cronulla High has been so impactful that we've secured funding from Sutherland Shire Council to expand the program to 10 additional schools in the area. We didn't ask for that, they came to us. I don't necessarily think council should be funding this program. I think it should be more a state education sort of thing, but we're here doing it because you're obviously throwing the money around. We have a wonderful ambassador in Tilly Cooper, a passionate advocate and truly great person. She invited us to attend your last council meeting to support her presentation, which we did with enthusiasm. However, we were completely blindsided when we realised the Mayor had used Tilly as a platform to introduce a mayoral minute implementing Bicycle New South Wales' student bicycle licence scheme across schools in the electorate. This felt incredibly inappropriate given our organisation's existence, our aligned mission, and our close relationship with Tilly. Prior to that meeting, we had reached out to Northern Beaches Council, both directly and indirectly, through your local MPs, Michael Reagan and Jackie Scrooby, to discuss collaboration. In the spirit of building a positive relationship, I'll assume this correspondence didn't reach the councillors or mayor. We have secured funding to develop our program up here on the Northern Beaches, but we're also prepared to extend this offer for a second school free of charge to help tackle the issues you're facing and the obviously funding issues you're facing. I have no intention of criticising a competitor's product, but let's be clear, you don't have a bicycle problem, you have an e-bike problem, and particularly with youths up here. So that's what needs to be addressed. Giving just a licence to a kid does nothing. It's about accountability, and accountability is what everyone in the community is screaming for, and we'll do it free of charge for the next school.
Okay, thank you very much.
Questions?
If anyone wants to extend. Okay, thank you. All right, our next speaker up is on the same topic, Mr. Peter McLean. It's a statement to be read out by staff member Ms. Milburn.
Peter McLean of Bicycle New South Wales writes, "Thank you, Mayor and councillors, for your interest. My apologies for not being able to be present tonight, so thank you for the opportunity. The Bicycle New South Wales Digital Student Bicycle Licence Program is in essence an education and awareness raising tool for students to better understand the basics of the road rules, respect and etiquette for safe bicycle use. Bicycles and e-bikes are incredible tools to transport the community cheaply and effectively, but this must of course be done safely. Many schools and councils are very enthusiastic to increase their focus and attention in this space due to the many risks, conflicts and complaints in their local communities when care isn't taken. Northern Beaches Council is no different and has already undertaken some outstanding work and education in this space over the last few years, and it should be recognised for this. For Northern Beaches Council, the Digital Student Bicycle Licence Program will complement and build on the great work already done by Council, give Council staff the opportunity to help develop and provide feedback during the trial of the program, build stronger relationships with school communities, teachers and students, engage with new schools and all local schools more broadly, help address a key community need and gap in current education and awareness around bicycle rules, e-bikes and community safety, help support safe riding generally in the local community. Bicycle New South Wales is very excited to work on this program with Northern Beaches Council, as we have a great working relationship with staff and recognise a great opportunity to strengthen the positive impact. We look forward to continuing to work with staff on hopefully implementing this into Northern Beaches schools and developing it further in collaboration to increase local rider awareness and positive behaviours. We hope you will support this recommendation, and we are ready to trial the program this year so we can more extensively roll it out next year. We'd welcome the opportunity to widely communicate the program to your community in partnership with Council.
Okay, thank you very much. And that brings to conclusion public forum and public address. So, councillors, we now move into items by exception, and I'd ask you to be mindful of whether it's absolutely necessary to call out an item if the officer's recommendation is sound. I'd also be providing an opportunity for notices of motion to go through by exception. If you wish to call out a notice of motion, please do so when I go through the items shortly. So firstly, can I have a mover and a seconder for this motion? Councillor Robins, Councillor Hernjack, all those in favour, declare that carried. Thank you. Okay, councillors, I'll now be calling the items out one by one.
Mayor, I'd like to
thank you very much to to the St Cecilia Primary School students. Thank you. Okay, so
Mayor, I'd just like to foreshadow a notice of urgency of an urgent motion.
Yes.
Regarding the St Cecilia. I don't know if you want to talk me through that urgency now or a little later in the agenda.
No, we normally, sorry, Councillor DeLuca, are you doing the same thing in a different way, or?
I'm happy to second the motion of urgency, and usually we move it at the commencement. If it's passed the urgency, it then goes to the end of the agenda.
So the very first thing we vote on is whether we consider this is urgent or not.
Just whether you want to do that now or?
Yes.
Yes. So, councillors, I sent you through a notice tonight. We've heard from the lovely students from St Cecilia's. This announcement was made last week to the schools, and the families have been asked to make decisions within a 4-week time frame, which concludes prior to the next council meeting, which is why I feel this matter's urgent.
Okay, thank you. Councillor DeLuca, anything you want to add?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This matter is urgent because it is an issue that is of great paramount concern amongst local residents. It is a local issue, and we do have the ability to influence the decision and make appropriate representations urgently. So I support the motion of urgency being granted as urgent.
Okay, so councillors, just so that you're clear, we're voting on whether this is urgent, and if it goes through, it means it goes onto our papers, but right towards the end, which might be motivation to try and get through the agenda items so that we can get to this urgent item. All right, so all those in favour of this being urgent? Okay, unanimous, declare that carried. Thank you. All right, so we're going through the run sheet now of our agenda. 7.2. No, I've missed one. Hang on. I know it doesn't make any sense to me. 7.1. Yes. Okay, Councillor DeLuca. 7.2. I'll just say thank you very much to staff for your incredible work in a national award to do with e-bikes. Okay, 9.1. (9.2). Who wants to take it first? Councillor Harvey? Share the love. 9.3, Councillor De Luca. 10.1. 10.2, Councillor Causey. 11.1, Councillor De Luca. 11.2, 11.3, and 11.4. Are we sharing it or you're doing both? Oh, you want to do 11 point? Do you mind sharing it? .1, 12.2, 12.3, Councillor Hackman. 13.1. I've got Councillor Bingham. 13.2. 13.3. Gosh, okay, we're not going to argue over non-existent road. All right. Notice of motions, 14.1. Just a question. 14.2. 14.3. 14.4. 18.1. Oh, sorry. Oh, why isn't that there? Okay. 18.1. Okay, so Ms McRae, you've got that one. 18.2. 18.3. 18.4. Sorry, so you got 18.3 and 18.4? 18.4, so not on the aquatic merchandise, okay. $18.5. Yay. 18.6. 18.7. Ms Causey. And 18.8. Yes. Oh, sorry. Councillor Causey.
Can I just move a procedural motion that we actually move the school motion forwards, because I'm a bit concerned about how far we're going to get this evening.
I think you'll find they've all gone.
Yeah, but so that the so it doesn't drop off the end of the agenda.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Well, and sorry, I'm actually just happy to just leave 14.4 as well. I won't call that.
So you still want 14.4? You don't? Okay, so 14.4 is no longer, so you've ticked it, meaning that
Let it
goes
go.
through?
Yep.
Okay, so let me cross that one off. Okay, so we've got a mover and a second for the moving by exceptions from memory. Did we? Yes, we did. Councillor Robins and Hernjack. So all those in favour, declare that carried. Thank you very much. Have we got all of those right? Okay.
So can we now, or can I now move a procedural motion to bring the St Celia's School issue forwards so that, because it's urgent, so it doesn't drop off the end, we don't risk it dropping off the end of the agenda?
Yes, we can.
Can I move
We
that
don't
then?
normally do that, but let's go for it. Seconded by Councillor Hackman. All those in favour? Okay, declare that carried.
Can I just ask that you put it as, if there is no objection, it just be dealt with immediately and put to the vote?
Sounds like a plan. So I just need to see it. Yeah, I'm just being patient because I realise we've got to have it up on the screen so we can agree on what we're voting on. Because I gather we all agree with each other vigorously is the right word.
While we're waiting, Madam Mayor, could I just use this opportunity to thank Councillor Grattan for jumping on this, because it's clearly something that the community wants, and I really admire that she's reacted so quickly.
Yep, just take that as a statement. I think you'll find that quite a few people were actually actively involved behind the scenes. Okay. Are we all in vigorous agreement on the words on the screen? And move the motion be put. All those in favour? I mean, it doesn't matter. We all agree. We declare this carried, unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
All right. Okay, item 7.1, cost shifting. Councillor De Luca, is it a question or yes?
Thank you. Further to the resolution of council on my motion, seconded by Councillor Gilton some time ago, in relation to your last mayoral minute about cost shifting, has the Minister or the Premier or the Treasurer or any other MP responded to that correspondence?
Good question. Can't remember.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, I will clarify if this is not the case. So I do recall the Minister for Local Government providing a response which we would have put in the bulletin. If that's not the case, I'll confirm otherwise.
Okay. Any more questions?
Did any state MP, noting that shadow ministers were copied in, all local MPs were copied in, all crossbench leaders were copied in, did anyone actually respond?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To the best of my recollection, the Premier's office advised that the matter was referred to the Minister for Local Government, who provided a response. Again, if that's not the case, I can clarify later.
Is it possible, if the Minister for Local Government has responded, that the letter be read tonight? Because I think it was more or less a... It's on...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Unless that's available, it is. I'll defer to the COO.
Through you, Chair, there is a confirming correspondence, as the CEO noted, from the Minister for Local Government. It is 2 pages long.
Could that then just be tabled? And is it possible that that be included in the minutes of tonight's meeting so the public can actually see what it says?
But we can make it public.
I would think you could put it in the minutes.
Through you, Chair, governance wouldn't regularly put it in the minutes, but we can certainly find an avenue to make the correspondence public beyond the councillor bulletin.
Okay, thank you. So can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Unanimous, declare that carried. Thank you very much. On to item 9.1. So, councillors, I did actually grab, I can see it's in yellow. Sorry. Councillor Causey, are you moving as is, or do you have any questions?
No, I have some amendments which I've sent to...
Okay, so while we're waiting for that, because we do have a couple of other challenges, but we do need to move in second and also name the councillors who want to go to the local government conference.
I'm happy to move, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Robins, seconded by Councillor Bingham. And while we're on that, let me just find it. There is something before you go into your amendments, and I know this was a question from other councillors as well, which was to do from memory with page 16, number 3, where there is a discussion on Beaches Link Tunnel. That item needs to be removed. Yep, so did you remove number 3 in its entirety? All right, let's have a look at it. So that was, okay, so you've got remove the phrase and the, sorry, you're moving, can we move back to where you were? You have removed the phrase. I think it needs to go further down because you're on plastics. Okay, stop right there, that's perfect. You have removed the phrase and the beaches link tunnel and add investigate further public transport options for the northern beaches.
Can I just ask a question? Why is that being removed when it's past resolution of council?
Okay, through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, broadly the rules for a motion being able to appear on the annual conference papers the issue must be of state or at least broad regional significance. It's my advice that in respect of the local infrastructure funding motion, point 3 in its entirety would be struck out. It is a local issue and not a matter that would be on the papers. So I would take it out altogether.
Was the tunnel, though, supposed to benefit the electorates of Pittwater, Wakehurst, Manly, North Shore, Willoughby, North Sydney, thus the entire northern region of Sydney? That's my question to the General Manager.
Oh, yes, sorry, Mr CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, my advice is that that would not succeed or pass as a complying motion for the annual conference.
Can you just advise whether there has been any other motions, particularly by former councillors, that were debated on this very topic at the New South Wales Local Government Conference?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I'm not.
Sorry, you're saying no, you will not advise?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I'm not aware that has
Thank you.
Okay, so we're looking at the proposed amendments from Councillor Causey. Which means we need to take out number 3.
Can I speak to it?
Yes, please.
So, just very briefly, the preschool expansion one, there's a paragraph in the background that I think should be actually in the motion, because I don't think the motion covers it at the moment. So reaffirm its commitment to expanding access, etc., was part of the background, and I think it would be worthwhile actually stating that clearly. Then the packed plastic waste is just adding the 2 words "and disposal" at the end of the second point, so that the makers of plastics basically are responsible for the material at the end of its life, rather than ending up a community problem. We've scrapped number 3. And what was the other thing? Yeah, no, that's it.
So seconded by Councillor Robins, Deputy Mayor Robins.
So I'm happy to absorb that in the original motion, those changes.
Yes. So I'm going to ask governance here, considering this is very descriptive of what we need to go through to the local government conference to vote on. Is it better to leave it as an amendment or to absorb it all together, but it means you need to go back and then rewrite so that it embeds what the intent of this actually is, which is really just a little bit of wording change? Oh, through to the COO, I'll ask, since governance.
Through you, Chair, we can simplify that in terms of how it's displayed for the intent of the motion.
Great, thank you. All right, so we also need to nominate. I'll just wait for governance to catch up so that we can sort that. All right, so our councillors who would like to attend the local government conference in the exciting area of Penrith. Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey.
And Beaujard.
Yep, just waiting for, and myself. We're missing councillors. Robins, Williams, Hackman, we've got Harvey. All right, are we missing anybody? And I suspect all of them can be voting delegates as well. Is there anyone who doesn't want to be a voting delegate? There we go. We've got 10. Great, okay. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, you didn't call for the votes against.
Oh, sorry, votes against. Councillor Singh, Giltnan and DeLuca. Thank you. Okay, next one is the social media policy.
Procedural motion. Mayor Hines, it's after 8 o'clock. Maybe we take a quick break.
Okay. All those in favour? You've got your hand up, but you're shaking no. Okay, anyone against? Declare that carried. So we're going to move into a break at 8 minutes past 8 and we'll be back at 18 minutes past 8. Thank you. Let's reopen the meeting again. We're up to item 9.2, and this was moved by Councillor Harvey. Are you moving as is, or do you have...
I have an amendment with governance.
Have an amendment. Do you want us to see the amendment first, or would you prefer I just go to a mover and a seconder? I might just do that anyway and then
go
let
for
you
it.
add the... Okay, so can I have a mover and a seconder as is? Councillor Robins, Councillor Grattan. Okay, any questions from the staff? All right, Councillor Robins, as the mover, do you have anything to add?
Not at the moment, thank you.
Okay, as the seconder, Councillor Grattan, do you have anything to add?
No, not at this stage.
All right. Any other councillors? And there we have Councillor Harvey with her amendments.
Madam Mayor, can I just foreshadow the original motion?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, that's why we've got a mover and a seconder at the beginning. All right, Councillor Harvey, do you want to talk to your amendment?
Sure, thank you. Basically, after some consideration, I'm actually going to advocate that we keep our current social media policy. All councillors present for the briefings know that I tend to take issue with the model code presented to us as best practice. I do appreciate the efforts of staff to remedy mine and other councillors' concerns, and it did move in the right direction, but I still see a lot of issues with this model code.
Okay, so seconded by Councillor Hernjack.
As always, thank you. Some brief issues include a desired goal of accuracy, but a requirement to refer to the GM before altering, removing or archiving any content. The prohibition of councillors posting offensive content. Let me cook. We all know what is offensive politically varies greatly person to person, so even the vagueness of that kind of worries me.
Can we just stop for a moment, because it's written as a foreshadowed motion. This isn't an amendment, is it? This is a foreshadowed motion, which means that you shouldn't be debating it at the moment.
Am I speaking
to it? Is it an amendment? I know. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. So it's not a foreshadowed motion. Could we change that to an amendment, please?
And with the greatest respect, Councillor Harvey, just in relation to the actual amendment, wouldn't you have to put what clauses you're referring to in each references and related documents, Northern Beaches Council Code of Conduct policy, and where that applies in the substantive document? So you'd need the clauses and sections of where, well, it's not legislative, so it's not sections. So you'd need the clause references as well on each, as well as with the Code of Meeting Practice, as well as what clauses apply in relation to the community engagement policy. In related legislation, what parts of the Local Government Act are you referring to? In relation to the Independent Commission Against Corruption Act, are you referring to Section 11 or Section 12 or Section 14?
Councillor DeLuca, I might just stop you there. I'll probably put your questions through to the COO or the CEO through the Mayor.
Well, it's your amendment, it's not his.
Okay, well, there was a lot of questions. We're just going to wait because there's something else happening procedurally at the moment.
It's just what you want to deal with first. If you want to deal with Councillor Harvey's motion as the motion on the table, and then the officer's recommendation as the amendment, if you do that, then Bonnie can deal with it. If you want to deal with the officer's recommendation as the motion, then Bonnie can't talk to it until, because it's a direct opposite to what the officer's recommendation is. So why don't you give Bonnie the motion?
Okay, all right. Because this is Councillor Harvey. Councillor Harvey. I'm trying not to use first names because we're at council, in council. To give you the ability to discuss this, which is because it's in direct opposition to what we have, what we'll do is we'll move your amendment to be the motion, so you can talk about it, and then we'll put the officer's recommendation as a foreshadowed, so we can move it around, so we can talk. You can talk about yours first. I see your light on, Councillor De Luca.
Yes, that was not the process. Councillor Robins moved the motion, it was seconded. That has to take precedence. It's not appropriate for the General Manager to then try and manipulate the situation to give certain councillors the opportunity to speak. The running record will actually show that it was Robins and Grattan that had the call. They moved it, they seconded it. If the amendment is out of order, you just have to move it, you just have to rule so.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, you have an opportunity to either withdraw or foreshadow. Yeah, the amendment's out of order.
Can I have some advice from the CEO or COO through the Mayor? I think Ms Loveridge understands what I'm trying to do.
Ms COO.
Through you, Chair, yes, as it is in terms of being an opposite to what the existing officer recommendation is, it would be considered as a foreshadowed motion that you would foreshadow but not speak to. If the existing motion that the mover put forward doesn't get up, then it could be discussed.
Brilliant. So I can foreshadow that and then I can speak against the original motion.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And can I just point out that when I moved a motion regarding the budget, the same assistance was not provided by the General Manager nor the COO, and my motion was declared out of order immediately. So I'd like to note that.
Okay, councillors. So what we have before us now is the current officer's recommendation on the social media policy. Councillor Robins, you've already, you weren't speaking, neither was Councillor Grattan. If there wasn't anyone else who wanted to ask questions to this, Councillor Causey.
Sorry, questions or we're discussion?
Point of order, Councillor Bingham.
I just wanted to ask a question. So now that we're mindful of the foreshadowed motion, is it acceptable to do that? Because we have a model code now that I assume that we have to follow. So we have to renew our foreshadowed. We have to renew our old policy, our old social media policy, to in line with the model code. Okay, is it mandatory that we do that?
Through to the COO.
Through you, Chair. The OLG model code is not mandatory. It's offered to councils for consideration. Council may choose to, having undertaken the review, retain the existing policy and not adopt the policy as proposed in the officer recommendation.
Thank you.
Okay, if no other councillors have anything to say, Councillor Causey.
Yes, so I'm going to speak against adoption of this policy on a number of grounds. The first one is that we've been disposing of a number of policies, quite a few policies over the last year or so, that duplicate state legislation. And it appears from advice we've had that this includes material that basically reflects the state legislation on some of these issues. So that's the first point. My second point is that under the Australian Constitution, we have an implied right of free speech, and this policy attempts to direct councillors about what they can and can't say and how they can say it, and what they should be doing with their social media as a result. So I'm sorry, but I think it infringes on our right to free speech. And there was a third point. I just got out of my head, but they're the main points as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, so thank you.
Okay, Councillor Beaujard, I see your hand up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to speak for the motion. As was explained by staff, this new policy brings us in line with legislation. I'm not going to debate your constitutional right to free speech. I think that's a bit beyond me. But my understanding is these policies bring us in line with things like the Government Records Act and a number of other pieces of legislation. And while uncomfortable for some, including myself, I use social media a lot, I believe it's important that our policies are in line with that. Therefore, I support the current motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Harvey.
Alrighty. Sorry for all the procedural madness before. I'm speaking against this and in favour of my foreshadowed amendment, which was just to go back to the original social media policy. That's because I find it honestly a lot more comprehensible. It's saying the same things in broader brushstrokes, and I believe it creates a clearer canvas for us to go ahead and negotiate a more suitable social media policy, which I think is a worthwhile endeavour. As I mentioned before, I see quite a few issues with this model code. As I was saying before, we're prohibited from endorsing businesses. We're expected to moderate comments that include people's personal information. And as much as I believe in creating a safe space for open dialogue, this facilitation should fall on the platforms themselves, in my mind. It is simply too burdensome for individuals, especially us as under-resourced councillors, to manage. For example, in my recent post about the March for Humanity over the Harbour Bridge for Palestine, there are hundreds of comments. Many of them would breach our desired house rules. In order to be in line with this code, I would have to document them one by one, remove them, message them, and most of them are probably bots anyway. I just don't think that would be an efficient use of my time as a councillor. So I don't think this policy actually reflects any failings of staff or the OLG, but more so the issues of the wider legal system in regulating big tech. We have these techno-feudal overlords who profiteer off division and then place the obligation on individuals to moderate or face legal consequences. It's a bit wild. So my amendment suggests that we keep the current policy as it addresses our obligations in more broad terms and is a lot more comprehensible. And then I suggest that perhaps myself and other interested councillors can defer this to another briefing where we can work with staff a bit more minutely to create a policy that reflects our council values but advocates for more reasonable expectations of what we as councillors should be liable for. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, councillors. If no one else has anything to say, we're going to put this to the vote. Okay, all those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon and myself. And Councillor Beaujard. Sorry, I'm looking at the floor. Those against is Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan and Councillor Causey. Declare that carried. Thank you. On to the next one, item 9.3. Councillor DeLuca, was it a question on the investments?
I'm happy to move the
is.
recommendation, but yes, just a few questions.
Okay, moved by Councillor DeLuca, seconded by Councillor Robins. Okay, questions?
Thank you. I'd like to congratulate the CFO on her usual efficiency and particularly note that the total cash in investments is 231,443,964, which I understand to be up So the portfolio achieved the return of 0.387 for the month of June, which was 0.67% above the benchmark, which is excellent. Recognising that this is just a report on monthly investments, is there any way, though, that she can elucidate on other income received since the commencement of the financial year? And is it possible that this income be documented in the future, such as rental, leasing, income from other fees and charges or other? Because that would, I think, help councillors understand better the monthly financial position as well.
Through to our CFO.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Councillor De Luca, in our quarterly budget review, we do include more detail along those lines. We actually have a new format for the quarterly budget review that's come down from the OLG, so we'll be taking councillors through that in preparation for the September quarter review. We're also preparing our financial statements for the year, which has a detailed summary in front, which details all of those movements.
Is it possible, because it is so significant, that income, as you'd be aware, is it possible, though, that it be reported upon monthly, or would that be too onerous?
We could have a look at what highlights we could possibly provide in here, just to give you a bit more of an insight into the movements that happen from month to month.
Thank you.
Okay, no more questions. We can put this to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. Item now 10.1, Councillor Hernjack, seconded by Councillor Singh.
Thanks, Mayor.
Are you moving as is, or?
I have a small addition with governance, if that could be on the screen,
All
please.
right. So can we have a look at your addition?
Thank you, Mayor. That is the extent of my addition. I just wanted to thank council staff for putting together this report. I attended the consultation with the Youth Advisory Group on these 5 suggestions, and I appreciate the work that they put into consulting on this on behalf of council. This small addition is just to recognise the fact that some of the Youth Advisory Group members, when they go to events like Have Your Say Day, for example, don't have anything that identify them in their role as Youth Advisory Group members, and I think that sort of is unfortunate because it doesn't let them reflect the work that they've put into helping put events together like that. This is a small financial impost to council, I think a few $100s, but I think it'll go to making the Youth Advisory Group experience a bit more meaningful and I guess enriching for members. So I commend this to the Chamber. Thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Grattan.
Just a quick question, Councillor Hernjack. I wonder if we could make it optional rather than compulsory, so if a Youth Advisory Group member would wish to have a badge, it could be provided. Just.
I would be happy with that. I do know we're about to have a new intake of YAG members, so that could probably be a part of that.
Any other questions? Okay, so as the original mover, do you have anything else to add? Okay, Councillor Singh as the seconder, do you have anything to add? Okay. Anyone else wants to speak, or can we put this up? Councillor Causey.
Yep. Look, I just wanted to say, I congratulate the YAG members on their commitment to Have Your Say Day. I think it's a great, event that they hold. I'd also really like to encourage them, if staff are able to do that, if they have ideas about motions, or if they have a direct interest in them, particularly to contact councillors, because I don't know if they're a bit shy or it's all a bit sort of daunting, that sort of thing, but it'd be great to hear from young people about issues that are important to them, and have your say day is just one day a year. So yeah, and also, you know, if they, the idea that they're not elected, I mean, most most committees aren't elected anyway, they're selected by the council staff. So the fact that they're not elected doesn't mean they shouldn't have a voice. So I'd just be passing that on. So thank you.
Okay, we'll take that as a comment. Councillor Beaujard.
No, I put my hand down. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, can we put this to the vote? All those in favour? Declare that unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, 10.2. Councillor Causey, you called that one out, but Councillor De Luca, did you have a question about this one as well?
Probably to Mr. Juilliard.
All right, so just hold on a moment. I'm just double checking. Are you moving it as is? No.
I am. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Councillor Causey, you are moving it as is?
Yeah, I'm happy to move as is.
Okay, and seconded by Councillor Bingham. Spreading it around a bit. All right, so questions of the staff. Councillor De Luca.
Thank you. So I note that the Park Life Partnership Proprietary Limited, the actual entity, is still registered, and even though it says that they don't have any funds and isn't operating, they would still have to be paying to maintain that registration. Is that correct?
You don't pay every year from memory. Oh, sorry, through the...
Through you, Mayor, as I understand, yes, they are still a registered company and would have costs associated with that registration.
So they could start up at another area, another council area at any time under that same entity, noting that they actually owe our council over $63,000.
Through to the Director, Mr Kerr.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes.
So why didn't council commence bankrupt proceedings against them and also report the matter to ASIC to try and get the either director or directors disqualified from holding office as directors?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, councillors. Councillors, could I just recommend that this line of questioning goes into a confidential session as it deals with potential legal proceedings.
I will move then that the matter be deferred to a confidential session at the next council meeting, not tonight.
Yep. Okay. Can we put that as an amendment? Councillor Singh. Seconding? Yes. That's it. Okay, so now we're going to debate on the amendment about whether we want to defer this to the next council meeting or not.
So can I just ask a question about that then? If we, I think this one's all right, if we defer it to the next meeting, would that interfere with any payments that might be made?
Through you, Mayor, no, that wouldn't. Okay. It would be a matter to be resolved at the next meeting.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question. If we're deferring this to the next council meeting, what extra information will we be given to make a decision?
Well, I think General Manager has actually alluded to it. I can't touch upon it because of the confidentiality.
Yes.
So that's more or less a gag order. So I can discuss it in a confidential session.
Okay, so I would imagine it's also protecting the privacy of an individual. So thinking about the confidential matters that we sometimes get through
And commercial
counsel.
interests of council and potential legal proceedings.
Okay, through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, to clarify my previous answer, the questions can be moved into a confidential session tonight. Those questions can be answered tonight. And with those questions satisfied, Council can move back into an open session and determine the matter tonight if it wishes.
The only reason I was deferring it to the next meeting is we have a number of matters on the agenda, and also even with the questions that I will be asking, they're quite lengthy. I did ask if Mr. Juilliard was here, however, is he available?
Yes, I can see him.
So I do think this needs to be deferred. As Mr. Kerr has said, there's no imperative that it be dealt with tonight, and I just think it is better and safer to defer it to the next meeting. Otherwise, I think we'll run out of time tonight.
I agree with you on the time issue. Okay, councillors, if anyone else has anything else to say, or can we put this to the vote of deferring it to the next meeting? All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and Councillor Beaujard. Those against is Councillor Harvey. Declare that carried. Thank you very much. That becomes the motion. Sorry, back. Nothing like a keen environment team. Okay, this is now the motion. All those in favour? Everyone declare that carried. Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, on to item 11.1, the draft memorial and naming honours policy. Councillor DeLuca, are you moving as is or with a change? Councillor Hernjack and Councillor Grattan as a seconder.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a small addition with governance on this one, if that could go on the screen, please.
If we don't think it's small, then you two can have an amendment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is just changing the preferred memorial from a tree without a plaque to a tree with a plaque. That's the substance of the amendment.
I'm not comfortable seconding that. Sorry, Councillor Hernjack.
Happy to move it separately as an amendment.
Okay, so...
I'll second it for the purpose of debate.
With the plaque. Councillor Grattan.
No, I think it should be an amendment because I think we want the main motion as is in the council report.
Okay.
For my view.
He can move that as the first caller. He can move that as a substantive motion.
I'm happy to just leave it as an amendment. We can get to it.
Okay. As the mover.
Thanks, Mayor. This is just based on some feedback I've gotten from residents who just feel that a tree without a plaque might not have the same effect as our current policy when it comes to trees and benches that often come with a plaque. I know for families who have deceased relatives who have been commemorated on things like benches, it's often a meeting place for them for anniversaries or significant family events. And I think it's important that we continue that tradition if we do agree to move towards trees as a preferred form of memorial. So I'll leave it at that. I think it's a relatively small change, and of course, residents would be able to request various types of memorials to best, I think, recognise their loved ones. Thanks.
Okay, any questions, Councillor De Luca?
Thank you. Just further to the advice of Mr Phillips, the General Manager, at the last council meeting, can council still resolve to name facilities, buildings, parks and reserves after people if it seeks to do so?
Through to Mr Smith.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor DeLuca, for the question. Yes, the policy allows for the council by resolution to name a facility, park, reserve, road reserve after a politician.
Not a politician, I'm just saying anyone.
Anyone, that's correct.
Thank you.
Including politicians.
Just in relation to the questions also further that I asked at the last council meeting on what exactly City of Sydney, Sutherland Shire, the actual councils that you mentioned. I thank you for your memo, but some of the questions that I did ask were not covered. In relation to Sutherland Shire Council, are you aware that last night they resolved to name the netball courts there after Margaret Corbett OAM immediately, and she only died, sadly, 2 months ago?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no, we're not aware of that.
So could that also please be taken into consideration in the future, that there is discretion to name parks without the 1 year wait time?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I think the intention of the policy provided latitude for council to make that call should it choose to do so in a number of different circumstances. The policy is intended to guide the staff who deal with residents on a daily basis in relation to these requests, but obviously the elected body has the ability to make a different call, and we've made that clear in the policy.
Thank you. I just wanted to make it clear, because I don't want to have it thrown at me in future months or years, that no, you cannot have that. In relation to the plaques on trees, would it not be the case that either the family or the organisation proposing the memorial for a tree would pay for it, so it would not be of cost to have that plaque put on a tree? Similarly to the seat memorials?
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Thank you, Councillor De Luca. Should council move to amend the policy to allow plaques on with the memorial trees, we probably won't put them on. We would amend our fees and charges in line with the remainder of the policy to seek full cost recovery.
Thank you. And how much currently is it to have a memorial seat with a plaque?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Hines. I'd need to check our fees and charges.
I think it's up to 3,500 to 6,500 from memory. Just in relation to a plaque on a not on a tree or near a tree or whatever, that would be significantly less than installing a cement base and a plaque. Would that not be correct?
Yes, through you, Mayor Hines. I assume it would be significantly less expense, but we just need to have a think about the best way to do that to make it resilient to vandalism and things like that, but I would expect it to be less.
Thank you. And how much would the actual online program be cost cost, sorry, I'm tired, I can't pronounce my words, would actually that cost to continually update any memorial tree?
Through you, Mayor Hines. That's difficult to ascertain. It would depend on the take-up of that option. It would be staff time though, and wouldn't incur any additional contract costs or things like that.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Grattan, you've got questions?
Just one question. Why was it recommended to not have the preferred option of being a plaque on a tree? Why do we prefer a digital plaque?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Hines. There's a general move away from memorialisation in public spaces. One of the stats we've got is between Manly, between Queenscliff and Shelley Beach, there's over, I think it's over 300 memorial seats now. We have heard feedback that that's starting to, I guess in a way alienate people and the enjoyment of that open space as it's just walking past all those memorial plaques. We've also sought feedback from organisations such as Lifeline around the impacts of memorial seats at certain suicide contagion hotspots, and that's the latest advice is not to include those kind of items. The policy does deal with that by us publishing a list of available sites.
My question was more about a plaque on a tree. I was wondering whether there was an issue with environmental damage and just for the record, I'm the CEO of Lifeline and that was not why I asked that question.
Through you, Mayor Hines, the intention behind moving towards more of the digital online memorialisation was out of some of the feedback we had at the last council meeting. Our original proposal was to have trees without any form of memorialisation, online or otherwise, to try and minimise the amount of ongoing maintenance requirements and communication with the family and things like that. So that was the intention, was to have a lighter touch impact on memorialisation more broadly. The suggestion of a digital memorial was received at last council meeting. We've investigated that and incorporated that into the policy. So that was the genesis of how we got to an online versus a physical plaque.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, you have a question?
Can you please paint a picture of how a digital plaque actually works and what that looks like, please?
Through you, Mayor Hines. Our plan is to have basically a website, think of Google Maps, and you'd be able to search for your loved one on that website, and that would take you to the tree, which would be GPS located at the time of its planting.
Does a pre-existing model for this exist in other councils?
Through you, Mayor Hines. My understanding is the City of Sydney have something similar, not quite the same, and we're also looking at some other councils that might, across Australia, that might have something similar. I'd be happy to brief councillors once we've got something concrete to show you.
If you'll indulge me one more. Are these trees intended to be planted in quite close proximity to each other?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the policy states that we'll identify select areas for where these trees will be planted. The idea being we want to control where they're planted, not just for the memorial part, but also ensure they're not blocking views and all those kind of things, so it won't be a free-for-all.
I guess my intention is to discern whether people seeking to find a memorial tree might find a memorial forest, or will be able to particularly identify their tree.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. The idea would be to plant them in generally parks and other reserves in a way that wouldn't be clumped together. We're not talking about a kind of, for want of a better term, bushland. It would be in a park setting, trees quite spaced, people would be able to find them.
One more question. Will that system of GPS be, will people be routed to that through Council's pre-existing website?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Causey and Councillor Beaujard had his hand up first, Councillor Causey and then Councillor Hernjack.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Question through you. How many requests for memorials do council receive per year?
Through you, Mayor Hines, approximately between 80 and 90 per year.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Causey.
Just a quick one through you, Mayor. Presumably, if a family or the community decides that a person is prominent or for some reason they want a plaque, the council could vote to put a plaque up next to a tree, could they? Yeah, thanks.
Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Councillor Hernjack, you have a question?
So just under the current proposed digital scheme, you'd have no way of knowing if a tree was a memorial tree unless you went separately to council's website to find out. There wouldn't be anything to scan or no markings.
Under the current scheme envisaged, no.
Okay, any other questions? All right. Okay, the mover, Councillor Hernjack, anything you want to add or say?
I'll just add that I think one of the benefits of having physical plaques is happening upon a memorial bench or a tree somewhere in the community and getting to read about a local individual who's made a big contribution to the Northern Beaches. And I just don't think we'd be able to have that same type of interaction with community figures if you had to go online separately on your own time. And you wouldn't even have the case of walking by a tree and knowing that it was a memorial tree that you could then later go and look up to find out who the memorial was for. So I find that just having a list of memorial trees doesn't really go far enough in actually memorialising the people that those trees are for. Okay. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
All right. So, Councillor Causey.
Look, I'm sorry, I'm not...
So we've entered into debate, so it's not questions now.
No, that's... I'm sorry, I don't support this amendment. I feel that we have so many plaques all over the place now that we literally... I do sometimes feel like I'm walking through a cemetery wherever I go. And I mean, nothing lasts forever. And there's going to be upkeep on these plaques. On an ongoing basis, you know, any metal in an environment, particularly where there's salt water, is going to corrode. You know, I think that people will be able to identify their loved one or their friends on a digital map. And I actually think that, I mean, I'm actually delighted that the staff have picked up this idea of trees as memorials, which over time could literally turn and build an urban forest. And I'd also point out that for decades now, we've commemorated the last 100 years, at least in Australia, we've commemorated fallen soldiers all over the country with stands of trees, avenues in different places. So there's still the possibility of having a plaque if the community feels that this person is prominent enough or significant enough that we can, you know, vote to put a plaque up there. But I think the default of just having a beautiful tree somewhere that will be, you know, joined by other trees over time is a really appropriate way of commemorating people in the community. I'm sorry, and I'm going to add one other thing. The plaques actually annoy me sometimes because my parents-in-law lived on a spot that they had, it was a very beautiful spot, and there was a chair there, the bench they always used to sit on, and they were some of the first people who ever used to go there, amongst the white community, obviously. And then sometime after they actually died, somebody put this plaque up there that was for somebody else who I'd never heard of and who wasn't, you know, a resident of that particular area. And it just sort of felt so inappropriate that, so yeah, I just don't support the sort of positioning of plaques all over the place. So
Thank you.
Thanks.
I suppose we do feel ownership of our beach, our bench, our walk. It's
Madam
just a thought.
Mayor, could I move that the motion be put now that we've had 2 for and 2 against?
Yes.
I don't think we have had 2
Narendra?
for, 2 against. And I haven't spoken as the seconder.
Okay.
Only questions.
All right, that's true. Councillor Dillon, your light was on. Are you entering into debate? And I did see you, Councillor Beaujard.
I had a question, Mayor.
Okay,
So,
well, yeah, we've moved on from that. Councillor Beaujard, you did have your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Look, I will try and keep this brief. I know we're under a bit of a time crunch today. I've had representation from members of the community worried that our beautiful northern beaches are turning into a cemetery, as Councillor Causey pointed out. The thing to remember is this motion is not about how we honour people who've made significant impact to the northern beaches. That has been, while I've been in this place, a resolution of council, and I believe that will continue to be. This is about more individual memorials for people and a policy which guides staff's decision. So it's not the case that you'll wander up to a plaque and find out about someone who's done lots for the community. Those will still exist. It's about individual memorials for people and looking up your relatives. And so therefore, I'm not in favour of the amendment, and I think the original motion is probably the one to go to, and I love the idea of an urban forest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else into the Councillor De Luca?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll speak for the amendment. I'm actually against having trees in this regard because I don't think it properly recognises people and their families, and there is a reason why people want memorial seats. In the past, it served a great need in our community, and yes, maybe not. They should be at beaches and pools everywhere now that they have sufficient, but particularly at sporting fields, they've been used by sporting organisations across the northern beaches to actually facilitate seating. And, you know, as the councillors that attended the Mannering and Netball Association 60th anniversary the other night, there was 6 women who have passed away. Netball would like those women to have seats. Now, not all of them are Anne Sargents, etc., etc. When it comes to family memorials, I think the choice should be given, even when they have to pay. And I do have concerns that without a plaque, they will be lost. As Councillor Williams stated at the last meeting, what if these trees are subsequently cut down in acts of fire? Where do we then go there? I just think it's a respectful thing to do. I think our community as a whole want it. I've had numerous representations saying, what's this about? Is it really the main business of council to be knocking off people's history, etc., etc.? And Councillor Causey, perhaps you should have approached that council and had your parents honoured on that seat if you so wished. But that is a very good example of where families should be able to come to council and propose, and if in an appropriate area, they should be granted the ability to put a plaque.
I've got a question to the proposers, or the mover and the seconder. I just feel that we're saying it's got to be this or that, like with a plaque or without a, or that's what we're voting on. Can we make it an option, which would make it just easy? That way, if you want a plaque, you get a plaque. If you don't want a plaque,
I think there's already an option, Mayor.
I just feel like it's saying subject to the necessary amendments. Yep. Yes. Okay. Fabulous. Thank you. That have the effect that council's preferred form is a tree. So I don't know how you'd like to reword that.
I just think with discretion
Yeah.
of a plaque.
Or
if
with an
approved
optional
by,
plaque?
Yep, if approved by council staff.
Next we'll be arguing about where the plaque is, but let's not go there.
No, well, if approved by council staff.
Yes.
Like you don't want it nailed to a tree. Like some core flutes have been during elections recently.
I move the motion be put.
Just hang on, we're still making sure the wording is right. Okay, so with option instead of discretion is the suggestion. Are you, the mover and the seconder, okay with that? Thumbs up? Okay. All right, can we put this now to the vote? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, Miranda, sorry, almost unanimous. 2 against. Okay, the 2 against was no, Councillor Bingham and Councillor Causey. Now they're doing deals. All right. All right, so that's carried and now that becomes a substantive motion. Okay, all those in favour?
Mayor, I've got a couple of questions on the substantive motion.
Right, okay.
My apologies. So I'm inferring from previous comments that basically we needed to review this policy for an array of reasons, but among those was a sort of saturation in the memorial bench market. I wanted to ask if council has considered alternative forms of memorialisation aside from benches and trees.
Mr Dickinson.
Through you, Mayor Hines, the focus of this particular consolidation of policies and the creation of the new policy was to resolve the differences between the 3 existing policies and also to deal with the saturation, as you called it, of some of those types of memorials. We haven't done a review of broader types of memorials that potentially could be incorporated into a future program. It was more about trying to harmonise what we did have and reduce that impact that we're seeing at the moment.
Is it possible that if we were to consider other forms of memorialisation, this could help ease the tension a little bit more for people who don't want trees and can't get a bench?
I suppose I could always use a cemetery.
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, we could look at alternative options as other ideas moving down the track.
Just a quick comment, if I may, Madam Mayor. You may have seen in local government news the most informative paper that I think it was either Wagga Wagga or Tamworth Council have done a honour path where you can have a plaque or a cross or other things. And then some councils, I know Randwick are putting up stickers, like round stickers, because that's a very green council, as you know. So they're all green stickers of former Greens heroes. And City of Sydney did likewise and put up a big green sticker in honour of the bans on development back in the 80s by the BLF, Builders Labour's Federation, before you were born.
Thank you, Councillor De Luca, for your comment. If the mover and seconder don't want to speak, I just have a quick little statement through debate, if that's okay.
Yes, so we're already ready to vote on this.
But didn't we just carry it and it became the substantive motion?
Yes. Yes.
I don't know that there was an invitation for debate when we got back to the substantive motion.
No.
So I think Councillor Harvey should be allowed to debate since she didn't get that option.
I could have done it before, but I was trying to abide.
Councillor Harvey, make a statement then Is it a question? We've already been through all of it. We've all voted on it, so it became the substantive motion, which we've just spent, I don't know how long, discussing everything except a cemetery. So
I wanted to give my comments in this section because it wasn't really in regards to whether or not a plaque or a tree. I had a separate set of comments. My comments relate to my questions. I understand that the purpose of this review was to consolidate our policy and to address the issue of running out of memorial benches, essentially. I wanted to flag my interest in a later development which might look at other ways of memorialisation. I wasn't really thinking of green stickers at all, or any kinds of stickers, but I believe there may be opportunities in terms of certain assets that council wishes to acquire. If we have a beautiful mural that would like to be done, or perhaps a garden bed, or different things that might enliven a public space that people would be interested in bequesting in a memorial sense, and a small plaque would be applied. So I haven't tacked this on as an amendment because I didn't want to confuse the task at hand, but I'm just raising it to council that I'm interested in investigating alternative forms of memorialisation that might also help council acquire lovely assets that we can't afford. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have we got any other debate, questions, or can we just move to a vote? All right. Putting this to the vote, all those in favour? Declare that carried. Next item is 11.3, Councillor De Luca. What's it? Sorry, I might have written it twice. Have you got a question maybe? Well, I'm sure we all have. Okay.
I'm hoping for someone else to move it. I was just calling it out.
All right. So
I'll move it
Ask my
then.
exclusion.
Okay, Councillor. Okay, Councillor, moved by Councillor De Luca, seconded by Councillor Robins. Any questions? You're joking. Okay. All right, Councillor De Luca.
No, I think it's pretty axiomatic, the report.
Right. Councillor Robins? Oh, well, there's no question, so the mover's is saying nothing. The seconder?
Oh, no, I concur with my colleague, Councillor De Luca.
Okay. Any councillors wanting to speak? Councillor Causey.
I can okay, Causey, yeah. Sorry.
I've got Councillor Causey first and then second Councillor Singh.
I think I'm happy to let the seconder speak.
No, that's fine. I'm speaking.
Yeah.
You go ahead.
You're not the seconder, Councillor Causey?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Oh, Ruth was. Okay. All right. Fine. Okay. So
we're up to questions?
Oh, no.
No? All right,
no,
we're into
I'm gonna ask
debate.
questions.
Okay, great.
All right.
As long as everyone understands that now, we're into debate. No more
Okay.
questions.
I don't think it'll be any surprise to anyone at this point that I'm simply not going to support a plan of management that undermines Pittwater Council's layers of legal machinery that was set up to protect this special environment from an introduced species that our wildlife regards as a predator. I have numerous other reasons for opposing this change. Many dog owners now believe that an off-leash dog beach is a right because they pay rates. However, the council has now spent more than $1 million already in attempts to satisfy this demand. And if a dog beach trial was to go ahead, tens of thousands of dollars more will be needed to complete it. And that will still not necessarily protect the council from legal action. However, I'm not convinced by the claim there's widespread support for the changes to this plan. While staff report 3,306 submissions on the issue, with 66% supportive and 30% not very or not at all supportive, I have seen for myself how this engagement process has been gamed. Facebook posts have encouraged dog owners from outside this area, from the poster's former school in a completely different part of Sydney, and even from overseas to make submissions using Pittwater postcode. And we can be sure that those using this dog beach, if it goes ahead, won't just be from Pittwater or even the Northern Beaches. And if you want to know what the consequences of that are, go down to Roland Reserve at Bayview. Council engagement is never meant to be a numbers game anyway. We know online submissions are not produced via random sampling. Staff collect submissions and then we look for the different issues that are raised. It is up to us to consider the evidence and make decisions accordingly. Over the last 4 years, I've heard an array of different views and I rate those of our local environmental experts highly. They've told me we should not have dogs on South Mona Vale Beach because of the impact on wildlife. And I believe we must listen to the science, which I'll discuss later. However, many residents have also told me they are opposed to dogs on the beach for other reasons. One of these particularly sticks in my mind. A Mona Vale resident who lived near that beach, undergoing chemo for cancer, whose doctor had told her to go walking, basically to fortify herself. She was at South Mona Vale with a friend for support when a dog came leaping up to her, and this is a beach where we aren't meant to have dogs at the moment. The friend tried to prevent the dog from jumping on her because chemo patients are particularly vulnerable to infections, and asked the owner to restrain the dog. Instead, that person abused the two friends. I believe our beaches should be open and safe for all who visit, no matter what time of the day or night, so I will be voting against this proposal.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be speaking in support of off-leash dog trial on South Mona Vale Beach. This is something the community has been asking for, not just recently, for many years. Group like Pittwater Unleash have worked very tirelessly and advocate for the responsible off-leash access on local northern beaches. Their dedications reflect how much this issue means to so many local residents. Thousands of submissions were made during the consultations. Many were supporting of the dog access on the northern beaches. But the final plan of management does not include this trial. Mona Vale Beach has space and potential to share us and use. We should move forward with environmental review and give us a chance or find another alternative option. Let's support the community group like Pittwater Unleash and show the council has listening to us. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Right.
Oh, hello.
Councillor De Luca and yes, and then Councillor Giltman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support the recommendation of council staff in relation to the outcome of the public exhibition, particularly draft Mona Vale Beach South End Plan of Management. I think it is disappointing that Councillor Causey just accused the community of gaming when she herself has been guilty of that, and I refer to an email of 10th of July on the actually nuclear motion, which I can quote, where she was encouraging members.
Okay.
It would be great if someone could go on there and indicate that members of the community support. But it is a relevant point.
Sorry,
Okay.
It is very disrespectful to the community what you just said.
Councillor De Luca, you're making a commentary on another council, so let's just move
So
forward.
I support the community and I support the integrity of what the community have said, and I don't support and reject and condemn the reflections that Councillor Causey just made on our community and the feedback that we have received on the plan of management, as well as the next item that we will be debating. As stated, this is a long process. It is a process that it was done to death by way of reports, by way of independent reports, a bit like the arborist reports that cost us over $40,000 out at Ruskin
Councillor De Luca,
Road.
let's just stay on the draft Mona Vale Beach Plan of
Just
Management.
talking about costs. So therefore, I will be supporting this because, as I said, It is a long-running issue. It has had that many experts on it. It has had independent reports on it. And I will be saying the same thing on the next item. It is time to give the community their voice, listen to the community, and thank them for their input and not degrade them.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Giltman.
Yeah, well, I believe we could talk about this for hours and hours, but I'm quite convinced that everyone around the table here knows exactly how they're going to vote. So I'd just like to put it straight to the vote.
Well, are you voting for or against, or saying you're voting for or against? Because so far I've had 1 against and 2 for.
Are we voting against?
Who's voting against? All right.
I was going to make a very short statement.
Okay. All right. Councillor Grattan.
Firstly, I'd just like to thank the staff, acknowledge the work that has been put into this over a very long period of time, over now 3 terms of council, and here we are. I acknowledge that there is very broad support for this plan of management. It's not unanimous support, and there's obviously, we heard tonight, over a lot of differing views. However, when I look through, has the process that we've undertaken been robust and fair and legal, and we've considered the environmental outcomes, and we've had all of those reports? Yes. So on that basis, and given the broad support, I'm happy to support this plan management.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes. All right, all those in favour, please put up your hands. Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon and myself. Those against, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Causey. Declare that carried. Years of work. Thank you very much to the staff. And on to the next most popular topic of all from planner managements that grind at a pace is Councillor Harvey. I'm gathering you're not moving it as is.
No, I have an amendment.
Okay,
I'll move the motion as I'll move the recommendation as printed.
Okay, so moved by Councillor DeLuca, seconded. Everyone's got their hands up. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Robins. Okay, questions. It's a question, Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to staff, do we have the latest figures on how our LGA fares when it comes to dog attacks compared to other councils?
Through you, Mayor Hines. Yes, it was reported to the Community Safety Committee last week that there'd been 10 dog attacks in dog parks last quarter.
Is it usually the case that Northern Beaches tends to have a higher proportion of dog attacks than other LGAs?
Through you, Mayor Hines. I don't have that information, but I can get it for you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, my recollection is it was 40 attacks in the last quarter. 40 attacks from May. Last month, I apologise, thank you.
Okay, yeah, we normally get quarterly, but we also do get monthly. Councillor Hackman, you had your light on?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor Hines. My question relates to Marita McRae's comments earlier from Pittwater Natural Heritage Association, and she said that she felt that the REF was lacking and suggested that we needed better data points at the beginning and the end so that we can measure the impact of the introduced variable that the trial will be introducing. And I just wondered through if staff could confirm or deny that the integrity of the report for environmental effects.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we're comfortable, and we wouldn't have brought it to council without that, that all of the detail that's been pulled together by various experts that's represented in the REF forms a complete assessment of all the factors that we need to turn our mind to in assessing environmental impact of an activity, which is what this has done. So, yes, in short, we are satisfied with the REF.
And just in terms of those data points, so that the community can understand what we're actually measuring in the trial, what will we be measuring at the beginning and the end?
Through you, Mayor Hines, so what we'll be measuring is effectively the way in which the safeguards and mitigation measures that are there to keep the environment safe during the trial are being implemented and they are actively controlling the risk. So I think one of the things that was raised earlier this evening, which is worth clarifying, is that you need to be sure before you start an activity that you are satisfied with the level of environmental impact that's happening. So it's not a case of doing the trial in the hope that it stays in that tolerance. You have to be satisfied of that when you make that decision. So we're satisfied that it won't have an impact. What we're looking for is to make sure those safeguards are in place and that it's operating in a way that we expect.
And just with regards to the safeguards, could you talk to me about those? I know that there's about $53,000 spent in fencing. What are the other safeguards to ease the mind of the people that are concerned about the habitat and environment in that area?
Through you, Mayor Hines. Yes, thank you, Councillor Hackman. There are a number of safeguards and strategies going to be employed to manage the risks to the environment. And to public safety as well. These include things fencing the dune area, which does have habitat value with dog-proof fencing, multiple signs around to control and make people aware of hazards, but also promote good dog etiquette behaviour. Rangers will frequently visit the site. We're planning a new companion animal education officer will be looking to undertake very successful education initiatives at the site to encourage good behaviour. This is generally followed up by a more active ranger presence. Council staff will be monitoring the implementation of these and various other safeguards and mitigation strategies to determine their effectiveness.
Just one last question. Thank you so much for that information. Just in terms of the rangers that are going to be present that you mentioned and the compliance officers, you mentioned frequently. Could you give the public an idea about how often that might be?
Through you, Mayor Hines. My understanding currently that particular area is patrolled once per week. For the purposes of the trial, initially we would seek to maintain that. The trial needs to work on a business as usual basis. Our rangers do react to patterns of behaviour, so if we do see an increase in complaints, there would be more patrols. But at this point in time, it'd be business as usual. The trial needs to operate on that basis.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Grattan, and then Councillor Causey.
Also a question. I was wondering whether we've considered the use of CCTV or drone surveillance to help support the rangers in the monitoring of the trial. And if not, why? Whether that would work or not.
Through you, Mayor Hines. We haven't contemplated that yet, haven't contemplated that at this stage. If the behaviour is such that we need an increased level of surveillance, we could look at that, but in the context of making sure that our privacy obligations are being met as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Causey, you were next.
Okay. So through you, Mayor, I wonder if staff could describe this fencing for us. I understand that it's meant to be dog-proof, but allow wildlife through.
Through you, Mayor Hines. The fencing will be designed to look like typical gym fencing. It will be a metallic mesh in between the posts and rails that will stop the dogs. Typically, this is a fencing type we use on many dunes across the northern beaches quite effectively. It still allows for birds and small creatures to pass through there.
And how are you going to prevent animals getting caught in it?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I'm not aware of any reports of animals being caught in the fencing previously, but I can look at getting some information back on that.
And also, the actual document says that monitoring will be once a week. So how is that going to, I mean, that's not going to provide a lot of data. How is that monitoring going to be carried out?
So through you, Mayor Hines, as I think one of the previous answers that we gave, it's in relation to checking in on how the safeguards that have been proposed as part of the trial are operating. So as people are attending the site, in response to complaints that we may get, in response to concerns about non-compliance in various locations. So there's a whole bunch of data points that we will be made aware of, and while we're investigating each of those, we'll be making observations when we're out there, which collate up to observations about, for example, is the fencing still in place? We're in a dog off-leash period. Are the dogs behaving in a particular way? Is there compliance from the owners? So we're gathering a lot of that sort of data as to how the trial is operating with respect to those safeguards, if that makes sense.
Okay, Councillor Williams, your light was on.
Through you, Mayor, to the CEO, is there a mechanism in the trials that should things be going adrift and catastrophic, that the trial can be called off? Have we got a mechanism in that process?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, that is a matter that could be resolved, could be the subject of a council resolution.
Okay, Councillor Hernjack, another question.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to staff, will we be conducting monitoring on other nearby beaches for compliance during the duration of the trial?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Hines, yes, on a casual basis.
And so that will also help inform the report back if we see an increase in non-compliance on nearby beaches?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes.
All right, great. I just had a brief question on reporting. So will the community be able to report instances of non-compliance in an easily accessible way? And what would that look like?
Through you, Mayor Hines. Yes, we encourage all community members, regardless of the location, to report to council any areas of non-compliance through our normal customer request process.
So, for example, if I were to see a dog in the water and I sent a snap, send, solve report to council, that would be considered in the report back as an example of non-compliance?
Through you, Mayor Hines, we'd prefer you don't use snap, send, solve.
But you could.
However, yes, if you send a photo through, it will be investigated.
I guess the point I'm trying to get to is that it's important that it's accessible and easy for the community to report the non-compliance when it occurs. So I'm wondering if there'll be any sort of signage at the actual site of the trial saying if you see anything out of the ordinary, you can call council's customer support number, or you can make an online report.
Through you, Mayor Hines, our customer service strategy wants people to do things online. It's a lot more efficient, go straight into the system. So we're proposing a QR code to enable somebody just to scan it and they'll go straight into the specific customer request category.
Great, thank you.
I'm going to ask a question now after hearing Councillor Hernjack's question. Knowing how citizen science works so brilliantly with our phones, so you see a dog where it shouldn't be, I'm gathering it should be in the water at some stage, but say you see a dog where you shouldn't be, 3 people take a photo of the same dog, one from up on the headland, one from down in the sand. How is that going to be regulated when it could be multiple photos of the exact same dog doing the wrong thing? Well, is that 3 separate reports, but it's actually the one dog? I'm just trying to work out, I didn't even think of that until you actually asked.
Through you, Mayor Hines. So It's about understanding the data that we're presented. So if you think about the level of detail that we'd be able to discern from a report through our systems telling us that they have observed a particular pattern of behaviour, unless there's a proper investigation going on to try and catch a particular dog and prove an offence, we'd be looking at the reporting statistics would be the most sensible way of trying to aggregate that data.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Harvey, I jumped in. Couldn't help myself.
Does anyone have any more questions? Because I think Councillor Hernjack's questions deeply alluded to my amendment, which I foreshadowed before.
Okay. Yep. Yes, we've just finished questions, so back to Councillor De Luca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support the recommendation of council staff based on the comprehensive reports they have obtained both internally and independently over a significant amount of time. We have heard tonight the concerns and they have been adequately addressed, in fact, more so. And at the end of the day, as Councillor Williams has asked, there is a way to terminate this trial if anything were to go awry. But I think you will see a lot of self-regulation in this case because there are so many people that are determined to make it work. And this will set the agenda for future trials and perhaps permanent dog swimming and off-leash dogs at beaches, dependent on how this goes. So it will be very much up to dog owners, and it might not just be dogs on there, by the way, that they must act responsibly. The safeguards that have been put into effect, I think we would have more chance of an alcohol-free zone being breached by fencing and those contrary to the alcohol-free zone than dogs and animals being caught in the actual fencing that is being erected to protect the native fauna. And I've seen those fences work effectively at other council areas, and I commend Dr. Michelle Byrne, who was one of the first councils that ever erected a fence system to have off-leash dog walking in the Borkham Hills Shire Council. In relation to reporting, we all know that at any time, be it during business hours or after hours, council's after hour service is in operation and rangers can be called accordingly. And I have done that on weekends as late as Saturday when residents asked me to put forward concerns about cars parked illegally in Playfair Road and in disabled car spots as an example. So there is that effective mechanism. So I think this trial has been long awaited. I think we need to support it and let's see how it goes. And I am confident with the work of the staff, the work of the independent experts and the safeguards in place.
Okay, Councillor Deputy Mayor Robins.
Thank
Seconder.
you, Mayor. I'll just be brief. Look, I support the officer's recommendation based on a really comprehensive report and thank staff for the work that they've done to this. The community, this is long awaited. It's a trial. I know talking to the people in the Narrabeen ward that it's, like I just said, it's just something that they really would like to do, and I think this particular beach is perfect for it. So I support the recommendation.
Sorry, I wasn't sure who got their hand up first, whether it was Councillor Beaujard or Councillor Causey. Let's go Councillor Beaujard first. Give him... Must be hard staring at the screen for that long.
It is a little bit, but thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I traditionally be someone who'd vote against this. I was bitten by a German Shepherd at the age of 4. My parents bought me a dog to make me happy about it, and it got run over by the animal ambulance. So I grew up with a phobia of dogs. It's all right, I'm fine now. our kids, my eldest child had to be 21 years old before we finally gave in and bought a dog. So I'm not necessarily a fan of dogs. However, I am a fan of facts. And what I hear in debates like this is lots of this might happen, or if this happens, or this could happen. And the answer is, unless we actually do a trial, we don't know. What I do know is lots of other councils successfully manage off-leash and on-leash dogs on beaches during certain times. A blanket ban is fine, but I'm not sure it gives us the data we need to make a decision as whether this thing's the right thing to do or not. I think the staff have done an amazing amount of work on this. I think the safeguards they put in place are really good. I agree with the business as usual monitoring because it allows us to see what it will look like if this really works. So in this case, despite my massive dog phobia, I'll be voting for this motion. Thank you.
I think I'd be traumatised after that. Councillor Causey. I've got Councillor, just to let you know, because I know the lights go on and off, so I'm just going to double check. Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Anjak. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Causey.
Okay, so I just want to mention before my time starts that Councillor Harvey was waiting to put up her amendment.
Yes. I'm ready for it. It was just that, yes,
Okay.
I noticed it.
All right. So whilst many of Sydney's beaches are surrounded by concrete, South Mona Vale is framed by a cliff and high dune without roads, car parks or buildings in sight. It's a quiet beach and particularly in terms of human occupation, but that doesn't mean it's not valued by its other occupants. The review of environmental factors for the site, which supports a dog beach trial, is still problematic despite its update. It would have us believe that the presence of birds, reptiles, invertebrates, marine life and marsupials is insignificant at the site. It came to this conclusion on the basis of surveys carried out on 2 days in summer and acknowledges they were done with dogs present on the beach. It also states in multiple places that those dogs are probably already changing this environment, both by creating, and it's a quote, existing threat of predation, and again a quote, that is likely that the nutrient cycle within the activity area is already subject to impacts from dog faeces. Local ecologist Jackie Marlowe, along with a number of other environmental specialists, have told me that for a reliable wildlife survey, we would need to ensure dogs were not present and that someone was down there surveying the site every day for at least a year. And Marita McRae has basically repeated that. Despite this, the REF mentions sightings of endangered terns and the eastern osprey and suitable habitat for a range of other creatures. Other publicly available ecological databases record wildlife sightings within 10k of Mona Vale, as including loggerhead turtles, green turtles and at least one hawksbill turtle. On other parts of the beach and nearby headland, the endangered bar-tailed godwit has been recorded, multiple vulnerable sooty oyster catchers and a couple of endangered pied oyster catchers. The review dismissed the possibility of seals visiting, but local media have reported a seal hauling up at Newport Beach a couple of weeks ago, and in 2020, another being attacked by an off-leash dog in the Marine Reserve at Longreef. I did have an eyewitness account to read of that attack. It's just so appalling, I'm not going to do it. But that seal could have been a child. This survey might satisfy the regulatory requirements for a trial, but it fails to recognise the wildlife that residents, including me, have seen with our own eyes. If we vote for a trial, it will come at the expense of the animals at Mona Vale and the delight that many of us experience seeing these wild creatures so close to home.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey, I have you next.
My amendment is with governance.
Seconded by Councillor Henjak.
Might just give everyone some time to read that.
Do you want to Well, we'll have to scroll to the top, or is there something that's
It's just the additions
just
at the
addition
bottom,
down the
yeah.
bottom? Okay, sorry about that, governance. If we could scroll down to the dark bit after you put the seconder there.
Sorry, just I'm considering whether we take it on. Didn't the manager, Mr. Smith, state that there was going to be signage installed with a QR code?
Through you, Mayor Hines, we haven't developed the signage yet, but our intention was to have signage, and it would be easy enough for us to include a QR code should council wishes to do so.
And that was following Councillor Hines's question earlier.
Yes, that's correct.
Would 7A and B be done on a business as usual case anyway, or would that attract the need for further funding?
Through you, Mayor Hines, it would effectively be a series of criteria that we'd be looking at while we're out on site, as for the Part B. For the Part A, it would be the aggregation of that reporting data that I was referring to earlier.
Do you have any objection to that being included?
No.
Okay, we're happy. I'm happy. Who's
You happy?
seconder? Yep, taking it on.
Can I talk now?
You can.
Thank you. So today I'm going to raise a bit of a nuanced position, which is pretty boring for everyone, really. I really understand the long-held enthusiasm to release the hounds. I love the ocean. I love animals. I don't dream of a home. I dream of a dog. I really understand wanting to go on the ocean, in the ocean with your dog. But today we must pause and consider, I've put a lot of puns in this speech, I don't know why, the true cost of this trial and how we're going to balance the interests of dog owners, our ecosystem, and the beaches that we all enjoy. I believe that the environmental indicators for this trial aren't up to scratch, particularly because South Mona Vale already has dogs on it. My grandma was bitten there, so she would never forgive me if I voted for this. And unfortunately, last my walk there with her, we saw 7 dogs. None of them had recall, unfortunately, as well. It's rough. The pre-existing non-compliance has a huge impact on our ability to truly monitor the impact of this trial on the environment and beachgoers. And considering that these same indicators will then be used to evaluate the success of the program and the beach may only be monitored once a week, I believe this trial has a potential to be a real howler. Oh, terrible. That's why I'm proposing this amendment to ensure that residents have the opportunity to report non-compliance in the area as well as the surrounding beaches to be evaluated at the end of this trial in a way that doesn't require the dispensing of rangers as to conserve resources. This is because while myself and my fellow Greens councillors take a very strong issue with the environmental impact of this trial, I also see the importance of ensuring that if this trial does go ahead, we're able to assess its ability to form a positive social contract between dog owners, beachgoers and council. Are dogs contained to the right beach at the right time? Is anyone getting more than a lovely bit of sand in between their toes? If we don't collect this data, we will be truly screwing the pooch. Basically, I'm commending this amendment to council, regardless of your belief around the sanctity of our beach environment, because I think that we can all agree that what we don't want is backsliding in responsible dog ownership, and even more dogs to appear on beaches where they should not be. At the end of the day, I recognise that dogs play an invaluable role in people's lives, and trust that most people do the right thing most of the time. But at the same time, we can't just throw a bone to our beloved dog owners and undertake a trial where the wider community isn't able to record their experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hernjack. You were next.
Thanks, Mayor, and I just wanted to start by thanking council staff for the work in putting this together. I don't think there's anything wrong with the work that's been put into this, but personally, I think I would feel more comfortable with a trial if I had a bit more faith in the compliance of local dogs on the northern beaches. I know that myself and fellow councillors have consistently had complaints from the public about off-leash dogs chasing wildlife, causing incidents and being outside their signposted areas. I know that many local dogs lack basic obedience skills like recall, and they stand as the foundation of any off-leash dog beach trial being successful, in my opinion. I think that before we have any trial, Council and the state government need to get serious about improving the behaviour of dog owners on the northern beaches, and I think especially so before we consider letting them loose, unleashed around young families with children and native wildlife on the beach. So I will be voting against this tonight. Thanks.
Motion be put.
That's the amendment.
So first of all, has that amendment been included in the? It's not. It hasn't been shown that way. No, it hasn't. Yeah, but it still says amendment. I understand that it was accepted by the mover and the seconder to take it on board.
That's correct.
Well, it was not. It's not shown that way. No, they haven't done it. They're just about to do it. See? I told you.
I want to move that the motion be put, otherwise you're going to be listening to Miranda for the next half hour.
I just have to say my piece. I've hardly said anything.
Okay, so are you happy? Are we all happy now? I would like to actually add something. I'm aware that virtually everyone has had something to say.
Except me.
Can we go Councillor Bingham first?
Of course. Yes.
Wait, I just have a procedural question. I moved it as an amendment, not an addition.
It was accepted by the movers.
Yes.
As an amendment or as an addition?
As an addition. If what you put up as an amendment is okayed by the mover and the seconder, it gets absorbed into it.
We don't have to vote on that?
No, we
don't. Isn't that beautiful? Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I totally understand the pressure Council has been under to provide this facility and thank the staff for the enormous amount of work they have done to prepare for this decision. But I simply cannot support to allow dogs on our pristine beaches. You only have to visit a beach where dogs are allowed to understand why. A recent visit to Byron Bay Beach, where dogs were allowed during certain hours, is a typical example. As I walked down the bush track leading to the beach, I could already smell the impact of dogs and their urine. Doggy bags were strewn in the bushes. I reached the beach at a time that no dogs were allowed, only to find dogs running rampant along the entire beach. Remember, dogs can't read, so they totally ignore the boundary lines. I settled in what was supposed to be in a no dogs allowed space at a time when they weren't allowed anywhere on the beach, but unfortunately soon found myself with a number of dogs smelling my gear. One even lifted its leg and urinated on my bag. Totally gross. They'd won. I packed up and left. The Northern Beaches prides itself on its natural beauty. The long-term impact of dogs on our wildlife and the environment cannot be allowed in coastal environments. I've been contacted by many residents against this trial. Many are too scared to speak out publicly due to the aggressive nature of some dog owners. If we allow this trial at Mona Vale Beach, we will open the floodgates with dog owners feeling they are entitled to take their dog to any beach. Council simply doesn't have the resources to manage this trial. We're already short of rangers and haven't been able to recruit any more. And don't kid yourself that it will only be Northern Beaches residents who will take advantage of this trial. People from all over Sydney and the Central Coast will bring their dogs here. And once it is established as a dog beach, that's what it will be, whether the trial is declared successful or not.
Madam Mayor, sorry, I have an addition.
What do the mover and the seconder feel? Would you like to see the addition or would you like it as an amendment? So can you
I just wanted
put
to
it
say, I guess I'm just thinking about making sure that this is a success and that dog owners know how to
Can we
behave.
just see it first and then?
Yes, can you just put it down, please?
Governance has it.
Thanks. So would you...
I'm just suggesting...
So the mover and the seconder, if you're reading that, it's not up to you, sorry, Councillor Hackman, it's up to the mover and the seconder whether they're willing to accept it or not.
Just going to explain.
So I've just got to check with the General Manager because any motion that commits additional funds may be out of order. Is that within addition, is the proposed addition or within existing budget, or would it need to be subject to additional funds? And if it's subject to additional funds, it'd be out of order.
Through you, Mayor Hines, what I would say is that staff can allocate the resources that we're currently planning on allocating. Allocating additional resources would incur additional expenditure. So
I'm happy to remove the second part of that sentence then, just to disclose the data points up front to the public so we know what behaviour we are looking for from them. Just so people know what we're expecting.
I have a question. Isn't it already in the agenda? Like in the notes?
I'm just asking for it to be made public so people at the site understand what's expected.
Through you, Mayor Hines. Councillor Harvey's correct, it is in the agenda, but we can make that more visible.
Thank you.
So does it need to be included, or will you do that automatically?
through you, Mayor Hines, we're more than happy to incorporate that in our communications. I don't know that it would add additional cost to do that. We have made it clear in the papers, in the meeting papers, that that's what we intend to do. So to incorporate some additional information of that as we are doing is probably not going to add any significant cost.
Okay, so it's not needed, Councillor Hackman.
Oh, that's great to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Considering this keeps on going and going, I move that the motion be put.
That's exactly what I was second that, so I was going to do too.
Okay, fabulous. We're putting this to the vote. All those in favour? Deputy Mayor Robins, Williams, Hackman, Grattan, Giltnan, DeLuca, Singh, Dillon and myself. And Beaujard, sorry. Those against is Hernjack, Harvey, Bingham, Causey. Declare that lost. Carried, sorry.
I'll waive my right of reply, and so now I think that was the procedural motion to put the motion, yes?
Yes.
So now we've just got to vote on
Don't
the
run
final
away,
motion.
Councillor Bingham, to stay in the room. All right.
No, it's procedural.
Yeah, we just voted on the procedural motion of it being put. Now we're actually voting on... Okay, so all those in favour of the motion... Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Beaujard and myself. Those against, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Bingham and Councillor Causey. Declare that carried. All right. Next one, 12.3. Councillor Hackman, are you moving as is, or are you...
I have an amendment with governance.
Do you have a seconder?
Thank you.
I'll move the recommendation as printed.
You'll move the recommendation and seconded by Councillor Singh. Anyone got questions for the staff?
Yes. Through you, Madam Mayor. I wonder if staff could explain how the deep soil measurements have been arrived at and why there's the difference between, like, there's two sets of figures and the latest set are less than the first set. So where does the first set come from? And then where does the second set come from? Because it looks like we're going backwards and we're having less deep soil for tree planting. Am I talking about the right motion? Yeah, this is the motion.
Sorry. Through to Mr. Malcolm.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The current controls in each of the three council's DCPs don't include any provisions relating to deep soil planting requirements, and what's proposed is an additional or a new introduction for minimum deep soil requirements relating to each of the types of development that's now permissible through the government's low and mid-rise housing reforms. Those controls were applied through application of a guideline called the Greener Neighbourhoods Guideline. It's a long-established New South Wales government document that supports councils to promote tree canopy coverage across their LGAs. Through the exhibition process, submissions noted that the state government, to support the government's housing reforms, had also released a specific tree canopy guideline with tailored deep soil controls relating to each of the development types. So the post-exhibition amendment that's in the report sought to tailor those deep soil controls with the government's deep tree planting guideline. So while it's a slight reduction in relation to what was exhibited, it's an additional, a new control overall, as no deep soil controls otherwise applied.
Is there any reason that we can't have a greater coverage for that deep soil component than those guidelines that you've mentioned?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. No, there's nothing precluding council from adopting what was exhibited.
So I'd also like to foreshadow an amendment then.
So you'd like to foreshadow?
I'd like to make an amendment. I've sent it to...
Okay, sorry, no, we'll only deal with one amendment at the time. Okay, Councillor Beaujard, I had your light on.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Just to change topic slightly, my question is about EV chargers, because I know there's been some discussion in the forum and there's an amendment coming, I believe, about that. My first question is my understanding that Ausgrid on the Northern Beaches currently restrict domestic dwellings to 10 kilowatts per phase?
Through you, Mayor. Look, I'm not aware of the, I guess, the restriction in relation to dwelling houses. However, I will add that the lower mid-rise reforms are in relation to dual occupancies and largely to multi-dwelling housing and residential flat buildings. So I'm not sure if that specific Ausgrid requirement is in relation to those development types as well.
No, good point. That is single dwellings, correct. And my next question is, which trumps are DCP or the National Construction Code?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the National Construction Code is called up through the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act, and the proposed development control seek to adopt and apply some additional recommendations in relation to EV charging.
Okay, so am I just trying to paraphrase the question, understand in my head? The answer you're giving through you, Madam Mayor, is that the DCP is over and above that from the National Construction Code in areas around EV charging.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Just in relation to the deep soil controls, can council, should an application come in similar to development applications, can council vary that requirement at its discretion?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as a DCP provision, they act as a guide in relation to the assessment of development applications.
So they can be varied?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Just in relation to e-chargers, how much does an actual e-charger cost to install?
What size?
Well, whatever's required by the current proposal, and also what would be required by your amendments.
Yes. Councillors aren't to be cross-questioning each other. So it needs to be through staff, so you can feel free to, I suppose, email Councillor De Luca.
Through you, Mayor. So we do have some information in relation to the cost per charge point that differs based on the kilowatts of those charges. Now, I guess there's, or I should say that if you're buying, say, a charger, that may differ to the actual cost of installation. And so I can't probably speak to the exact costings for the entirety of both the charger as well as the installation and everything like that. But if you were to take, say, the 3.5 kilowatt as an example that I refer to within the agenda or the council report there, compared to the 22 kilowatt, you're roughly looking at the 3.5 kilowatt costing about 50% of the cost of the 22 kilowatt version.
So can you put that in dollar form?
In dollar form, it's looking at around about $2,000. It's got $2,000 to $10,000, so it's quite a broad range for a 3.5 kilowatt, and $5,000 to $20,000 for a 22.1 kilowatt charger.
Thank you very much. That's very informative. Just again, similar question to what I received the answer from Mr. McDonald. If a development application was not to comply, is there opportunity to have discretion in that regard, or is it mandatory dependent on what is passed tonight?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's a discretionary application.
Thank you.
Okay. Seconder, if we can't find a seconder, Councillor Hernjack. It's already seconded. Okay. I'm gathering that the mover and the seconder of the original motion, do you want to accept these amendments or not? No. Okay.
No.
All right. So any other questions of the staff before I go to the mover to actually speak? Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to staff, just quickly on the two different options that we just got a response from staff about 3.5 kilowatts or 22. Was 7 considered as part of staff's review? And what are the sort of cost implications of that mid-range charger?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, the range was considered. There's a broad application of what constitutes a level 2 charger through the National Construction Code, and the proposed amendment in the post-exhibition change refers generally to level 2 charges, so there's scope for landowners in which to apply.
Okay, I have a question. Considering we're actually looking at the Development Control Plans amendment and knowing that we have a full day workshop on this in November, why are we voting on the original plan amendment, and what change if we do it now when we're going to be spending a day actually understanding it more? I suppose it's a philosophical question. Is this the opportunity in November to then learn more about the deep soil and everything else? Because there's so many aspects to this plan that the fact that we're spending I don't know how long on one topic, which is a minutiae of that actual plan, what's going to change between now and November?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. What has been proposed through these recommendations is to address existing development applications that have been received in relation to low and mid-rise housing reforms. It's proposed as part of Council's comprehensive DCP, to brief councils more broadly through a workshop to address other issues of interest. There'll be scope through that process for further refinement of these controls to the extent that they are to be adopted through council tonight. And so there'll be another opportunities for further review.
Okay, so one more question. If we're going to, via this amendment, force every developer to put in EV charging at the maximum capacity, even though it mightn't happen for 3 years down the track, do you suspect this might make properties even more expensive than what they are now, on the assumption that we're expecting that every person that moves into the area is going to be buying a hybrid or an EV?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the recommendation is that there would be an additional cost to landowners, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more questions, can we move back to the original mover, Councillor Hackman?
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Just want to clarify that my original amendment in May sought 25 kilowatts as the minimum, and that's been reduced in this recommendation to 7 kilowatts. That is exactly what the recommendation is from staff, level 2. I am just concerned about staff's exposure to risk because 3.5 kilowatts has been mentioned in the papers, and 3.5 kilowatts is level 1. So it's not being ambitious, it's not trying to change anything additional, it's actually just clarifying so that developers have certainty when they're putting this together, that they know that we are being unambiguous. This is a simple procedure to make sure that we're clear that it's level 2 and not level 1. I just want to reduce that ambiguity, because if we leave that ambiguity in here, we may face legal action from developers or be in contravention of the National Construction Code provisions of 2022. Additionally, those provisions talked about being EV ready, and this is just saying that we're going to do that for these 3-year-old provisions. Christian Kent from Go Solar McKellar tonight said that at a minimum, 7 kilowatts is there so that you can soak up excess power.
Sorry, Councillor, what's your point of order? So could I have the light off down the end of the table? Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. There's an adverse inference on council staff there that you may be acting illegally. A, I think that just needs to be withdrawn and an apology issued. But B, could it please be confirmed that council staff have made the appropriate recommendation in accordance with what is proposed by the actual code to alleviate Councillor Hackman's concerns? But I think you need to rule on my point of order first, sorry.
Yes, so your point of order is sustained. Councillor Hackman, can you please withdraw that comment? And then if Mr Malcolm...
I did ask for an apology as well to council staff.
I am in no way implying that council staff have done anything that's illegal. I'm saying that if we keep this as ambiguous, because while the controls
Just
are
a
very
further point
clear...
of order. You have made your ruling.
Sorry, okay, so you need to follow the ruling, please. If you don't agree with the ruling, then please, you might want to consider...
Point of order.
Yep.
10.23, I think if Councillor Hackman believes she's been misunderstood or misrepresented, she can clarify that.
Okay.
Could I just ask, Mayor, through you, is it clear in the DCP that it's level 2 at a minimum of 7 kilowatts?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the proposed provision as recommended in the council papers refers to level 2, and that can be, that provides a range of kilowatt powers.
And the minimum of that is?
Is 7 kilowatts.
Correct. So it's just that in the papers it says 3.5, so I'm concerned.
Sorry, again, on a point of order, we're going into debate on a point of order.
Okay. All right, so ruling the point of order that we just move on, whether the semantics of whichever, I think we're getting to the point now where we need that this amendment be put.
I wanted to clarify.
Sorry, Councillor
Hackman. I haven't had the rest of my...
Yeah, Mayor, no one's
I absolutely understand that, but just at the moment, you need to follow the rule of a point of order, which had a request and then an answer. Please do not debate the point of order. That's the one thing.
I withdraw the accusation, which I don't think was an accusation. It was a clarification.
Okay. So, with the amendment, Councillor Hackman. Move forward.
So, the amendment is actually what the staff have recommended. It is exactly what the staff have recommended. And I want to be really clear that for developers, this is actually a more valuable asset to have this clarified so there is no uncertainty, and it gives access, like Ms Baker said from Electrify My Community, gives access for young people who need to pay attention to the cost of living so that they can remain living on the beaches and be able to live in apartments with certainty that they'll be able to recharge their cars within 5 hours, not 10. So I'm suggesting that this is just about clarification. It's very simple. We've already reduced our requirements. Level 2, just specifying 7 kilowatts so that developers have certainty, and so do residents.
Thank you, Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I also just wanted to start by saying I don't think there was any accusations from Councillor Hackman, and I think that when she made a follow-up question about it being 7 kilowatts as a minimum, I don't think there was any argument or discussion around your ruling. I think it was simply raising the contradiction within the report, and I'm glad we've been able to do that. We now know it's 7 kilowatts, not 3.5, so I thank Councillor Hackman for confirming that for us fellow councillors. I just wanted to reiterate what one of the public speakers said, Mr Kent, around the importance of utilising free energy when and where it's available. I would agree with him that by having a higher capacity charger, it means less time spent charging, which means you can get the majority of your charge from solar power at little or no cost to the residents. I think it's also in the best interest for apartment stratas to make sure that spots aren't being taken up, especially public spots, for too long. And I would add that I think it's important when it comes to EV charging infrastructure for us to be aspirational in what we deliver. I think if we're forward thinking now, it will set us up for success in the future. I'm sure that there will be some councils who have opted for lower capacity chargers that will have expensive retrofits in the future. So I think if we can get this right now from the start, we'll be in good stead going forward. So thank you, Councillor Hackman, for this amendment.
Anyone else have any commentary? Councillor.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll speak against the amendment. I don't think this actually will provide certainty for mums and dads and developers at all. I think it actually will alarm them and obstruct them from actually putting in development applications. We're crying out for housing, we're crying out for affordable housing, And to impose 100% of visitor and car share parking spaces, I think is excessive in the extreme and will dissuade people, mums and dads, or dads and dads, mums and mums, and developers from going forward with proposals. It will inhibit, and I think council staff, and that's why I was so quick to intervene when there was an adverse inference, it was important that I think we uphold what council staff have recommended. I have every confidence in them. I do have more regard for them as they are impartial, they're neutral, and I think that we as councillors need to support that neutrality and ensure that their recommendation is properly recognised and supported in this matter. So I will be voting against the amendment and supporting the substantive motion on the recommendation of our council experts.
Okay, with that, we'll put this amendment to the vote. Okay, I didn't see a hand up, but okay, we're putting this to the vote. So we're voting for the amendment. All those in favour, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey. All those against? Deputy Mayor Robin, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh and myself. Oh, sorry. Oh, and Councillor Beaujard. I declare that carried. That becomes the motion.
Can I put up my
now you
amendment
can foreshadow your amendment?
Yes, please. So it's with governance. If we could get that up, please.
Seconded by Councillor Hernjack. Yet again, we seem to be delving into detail. But go for it, Councillor Causey.
I just want to assure people that this isn't actually particularly complicated. It's simply a matter that we're setting a deep soil limit, expectation for certain areas of land. So if it's less than 300 square metres, the staff had initially recommended 20%, and then after the consultation they took it back to 15. So then similarly for 300 to 600 square metres they initially suggested 25, then took it back to 20, and so on through all of those figures. So my argument would be that given that this isn't the final DCP and we haven't decided on what will actually eventually be in that document, it is actually precautionary to leave these figures at the greatest extent possible, because we will lose trees if the areas are smaller, and it would be a great shame if, for the sake of however many months there is in between the this interim amendment to the DCP and the final adoption of the DCP, if we start having people ripping out trees because they don't think they've got enough space, when in actual fact they might end up with enough space. So we know that the environmental impact of having trees is really important for a whole range of reasons, which I think we all know at this point. And it will help beautify the area. So I think at this point I would really like to see these
larger areas maintained, at least until we get to a point where we've decided on the final DCP. So, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Beaujard, I had you next.
Thank you,
Have
Mayor
got any
Hines.
questions?
I do have a question actually to staff. My question to staff is, have councillors been briefed on minimum deep soil for this DCP and what it means?
It's going to be fun in November, isn't it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there was a high-level overview of these proposed amendments at a recent councillor briefing.
Just to follow on from that, but no detailed understanding of what difference this would make to developments when we change these percentages. For example, would there be less developments? Would there be more? Would they be cheaper? Would they be more expensive? I assume we haven't delved into that depth.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Grattan.
I wish there was a point of order for going into a whole lot of detail that we haven't been, similar to Councillor Beaujard's point, that things that we don't understand the implications of dropped on the night at what is it, 10:30 at night, when we've still got a whole agenda to go. I suggest, my strong recommendation to Councillor Causey would be to withdraw this, and we could.
Councillor Causey, what's your point of order?
My point of order is that there's an implication that I've done something wrong here. These figures are in the council papers that we've had for a week nearly. So they've been there for everybody to look at. I don't know.
Okay, I just rule on the point of order that we just move on. I share your frustration, Councillor Grattan, and as soon as we get through these incredible detailed amendments, we can then move a procedural motion to go straight into confidential.
Maybe I'll just make a short comment that we've got a detailed DCP opportunity to go through in November where we can deal with all of these matters rather than on the council floor.
Thank you. Councillor De Luca.
I'm becoming increasingly concerned about this amendment, the previous amendment, and the advice that council staff have given, and just now, the issue of cost and how much it will then subsequently cost the applicant. I thought we are trying to encourage affordable housing. I thought we are trying to encourage people to actually undertake low-rise development on the northern beaches to address the housing shortage. With the amendments that I've seen tonight, I sincerely believe that we are pricing people out of the market, and we will not be able to... Sorry, I scoffed like Councillor Causey then. I do apologise.
Councillor Causey, is it a point of order? Okay, your point of order is?
So my point of order is that this will have no impact on the... I'm sorry, it will have no impact on the cost of housing and developing housing.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment. And we will just move on because I think more than anything we all just need to actually vote instead of commentary.
I would like to continue.
Yep.
This will affect the costs. Sorry, I don't know your name. I do apologise.
Ken Bull, I'm a principal planner with the Strategic and Place Planning team.
Thank you. So the principal planner of the Strategic Planning team has outlined to us the differences, as an example, between 3.5k watts, $2,000 to $10,000, and then the next lot being 5,000 to 20,000. With this will add to that. With soil, deep soil analysis, compliance, evaluation. I really think some of you councillors need to think about this as well as your preceding amendment before voting on the substantive motion.
This is another point of order. This is extremely disrespectful. Councillor De Luca giving us his advice on what we should and shouldn't be doing.
It's debate. It's called democracy, not communism.
All right, so Councillors, please. I will rule on the point of order that we just ignore and move on, Councillor Causey. Councillor De Luca, there's 1 minute and 18
Thank
left.
you.
And then I would like us, please, to move into some kind of voting would be great. So
Thank
that
you.
we're past everyone's comments.
So all the comments I'm making are in consideration of our residents and the issue of those of us who do support affordable housing and trying to get it moving. And I don't think it is disrespectful in any way to point out fact. And it is my right as an elected representative and a long-time representative to convey the concerns of the community because that's democracy. I do reiterate my concerns that the more complicated and the more expensive that we make any application, it will cause and dissuade people from making applications. And I ask all councillors to keep that in mind when voting on this amendment and the subsequent substantive motion. It is very important that we encourage development in our area, sustainable and appropriate development, not overdevelopment. And the low rise certainly does facilitate our targets that have been thrust upon us. And I would rather low rise than high rise. And I think that it is important that we remember at all stages the impost that we're placing on people.
Okay, Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to remind other councillors that, like all of us, Councillor Causey has a right to amend any motion before the council, given it's a legal amendment that this is. I don't think it's fair to comment or critique the scope and the amount of amendments one councillor might move. I think what's more important is to consider each of them on their merits and the value that they provide to the motion. If I'm correct, I understand some of these figures were already included when this was exhibited to the public. So really we're not doing anything that's brand new. We're just returning to what was initially proposed by the planning team. But I'll leave it at that and I'll be supporting this amendment. Thanks.
Can I move a motion that be put, please? I've had 2 for and 2 against.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I just foreshadow the original motion, please?
I think we've already had that. No?
Oh, okay.
Hang on, if we move up, just remind me, because we've been going on this one topic that obviously requires so much detail.
Councillor Hackman's amendment was passed. That became the substantive motion, and Councillor Causey's amendment is an amendment to Councillor Hackman. So I'd like to foreshadow the substantive original motion.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're putting this amendment to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Causey. Okay, all, yep. All right, okay, let's go again. All those in favour of voting right now on putting this motion forward, unanimous. Okay. Now we're voting on this motion, this amendment. All those in favour of this amendment, Councillor Hernjack, Hackman, Harvey and Causey. All those against? Councillor Robins, Williams, Grattan, Bingham, Giltnan, De Luca, Singh and Dillon and Beaujard. Declare that lost. Then we're back up to, sorry, we just got to wait. You poor thing, sorry. I know the computers don't always move that fast. Okay. So the foreshadowed amendment, do we need that up there first? Or second or last? Just to make sure we don't lose it. Because from what I understand, we don't have the original motion up there. See, I thought we had the original motion, which was...
I think it's right at the top, Madam Mayor.
So we don't need the foreshadowed one then, Councillor Beaujard?
Okay.
I did think I saw something originally up there. All right, so now we're up to... Yeah, we've lost the governance team now, I'm not surprised. Okay, so now what we're voting on is this motion in front of us by Councillor Hackman and Hernjack. We're all ready to vote on this?
I will foreshadow the original motion, Madam Mayor.
It is up there.
Okay, you're ruling.
Believe me, apparently it is up there. I got a glimpse at it, but at the moment we're voting on this. All right, all those in favour of this amendment that's now become a motion, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Causey. All those against? Councillor Robins, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Beaujard and myself. Oh, I've got to love it when there's only 14 in them.
He foreshadowed the original staff recommendation. Yep. So Councillor Beaujard foreshadowed it. So if Mayor Hines exercises her vote in the negative, it then goes back to the foreshadowed substantive motion. So yes, there will be DCP if that's adopted.
Okay. So I will be voting against this. So it was up the top. It was right up, well, okay, we're right back to where we started. It was right up the top. There, that one, Councillor DeLuca and Singh. That was the original. We're all happy. Right, we're back to what we were originally. So, with no more debate, can we just put a vote on this, please? All those in favour? Councillor Robins, Councillor Williams, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltman, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, myself, Councillor Beaujard and Councillor Hernjack's hand's gone up as well. Those against is Councillor Hackman. Okay, declare that carried, and now procedural motion, we will be now moving into confidential. Seconded by Councillor Robins, all declared that carried. Thank you very much.
Do we need to move an extension of time before we go into confidential?
Probably a great thing.
I will move that in that case.
All right, so moved by Councillor Hernjack, seconded by Councillor Bingham for extra time. All those in favour, yes, we are. We're not 13.1. Okay, moved by Councillor Bingham and seconded by Councillor Beaujard.
I've got some questions.
Excellent. We're ready for questions.
Thank you. What consultation was undertaken with the owner of this business before the decision was made to recommend that the trial not continue?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the owner has not been consulted regarding the recommendations in this report.
What consultation was undertaken with the Manly Chamber of Commerce or any other business in the vicinity before the recommendation was made?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the Manly Chamber was not consulted regarding the recommendations in this report. However, other businesses were consulted under the first report, but not this report.
What consultation was undertaken with residents in the surrounding area prior to this recommendation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no consultation was consulted with surrounding residents.
In relation to the 2 bollards being replaced, how much did that cost?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to come back with that. I'm not entirely sure how much the bollards cost.
Would it be a minor cost or a significant cost?
When you times the number of times that they have to go down to repair them, it does start to add up.
Just the 2, though, that were replaced?
With staff time, probably over 1,000.
Thank you. Were there any accidents reported during this time involving people?
As per the report, there's been no specific incidents reported.
I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions of staff? Councillor Singh?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I had a question to the staff. As being a small business to the community, I consider outdoor dining is our key of the success of the business. We depended on the customer day by day, base on base. Just asking, taking away the outdoor dining, it will impact small businesses. What sort of council gonna take a consideration towards to the small business if taking away the outdoor dining here? That's my question to them.
Through you, Mayor Hines. Council's obviously very supportive of outdoor dining. It's in place in a large number of locations. Small businesses can apply for it. Council staff's recommendation is based on risk and the risk involved to council.
As per my knowledge, I run businesses and I have with very good, all I have are outdoor dinings, which is approved by the council. And I think 3 meter or 3 square meter. And I'm paying for that. Does this business have outdoor dining approval?
Through you, Mayor Hines. Yes, they currently do, and yes, they pay for it.
So why would we taking away, if he does paying to the council, and why are we taking away outdoor dining for? So that sort of question, sorry to interrupt you, that sort of question I've been getting, so just from my knowledge as well.
Through you, Mayor Hines. As the report says, the risk that council is exposed to, council staff believe is higher than council's risk appetite, and as such we're recommending that it doesn't progress.
Thank you. So just to follow up then to that answer, there's been no accidents reported. There's only been 2 bollards actually replaced. So what is the risk? Yes, I have.
So council staff's assessment is on the risk that is in place by council providing an approval. So council's risk appetite for activities of this type is cautious. The two don't marry up. The bollards have been hit a number of times and people are sitting right adjacent to those bollards.
But the bollards have worked and no one's been hit.
Through you, Mayor Hines, no one has been hit to date, but council staff's assessment is that the risk is there.
Okay, we've got a lineup of a whole heap of names, and even though you turn your lights on and off, I tried to capture everyone as much as I could. So I had Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to the staff, when did this trial start?
Must be close.
It was a year ago.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the trial was for 9 months. It was meant to finish in May, but we were waiting for the outcome of this report.
And the business was informed that it was a 9-month trial at the time and the conditions, et cetera, and the conditions were that they were just supposed to have the seating against the wall?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. The seating placement was adjacent to the wall.
And I've heard reports that the chairs and tables were spreading out into the lane itself and they were taking over the whole lane. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, as to whether that was the business or the patrons themselves that moved the furniture, but there are images that demonstrate that the furniture does get moved.
Ultimately, the business is responsible for how the furniture is used, correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is the requirements of their approval.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Hernjack. Just to let you all know the order, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Grattan and Councillor Beaujard. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you. So just confirming that if there were to be an accident in the laneway, council would be liable for that. And so currently the benefits we receive are outdoor dining fees from the business, but we are on the hook if something bad were to happen, even due to the negligence of the business owner or the patrons.
Through you, Madam Mayor, council would be endorsing the activity that potentially led to the accident. So yes, we potentially would be held liable.
All right. And do you have a figure for the total cost of implementing the trial over the 9 months?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I couldn't tell you an exact figure, but the bollards will remain regardless of the trial following.
All right, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Harvey. Had you next.
Thank you. I've got some questions that arise after some correspondence from the owner of Rollers. So he claims that he wasn't notified of the outcome of the trial or the assessment. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct, because there is no outcome as yet until council votes on the matter.
He also claims that the area around Rollers was specifically repaved to create shared pedestrian and vehicle access environment. I'm wondering if that actually aligns with council's vision for the Manly Place Plan and if that was a placemaking strategy.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the report actually references the Manly Place Plan and the requirements for Rialto Lane as a service lane, and actually specifically calls out that outdoor dining shouldn't interfere with its purpose as a service lane.
I'm wondering if someone can help remind me then what encouraged council to overlook that original designation to take this risk appetite to do this trial.
Through you, Mayor Hines, that was a matter that was brought before the chamber by a member of the chamber at the time and was resolved by council.
May I just say, the the paving of that area was done by Manly Council. The developer paid for it, and the reason was that he had an office block and he wanted to provide a nice entrance to the office block. It was always supposed to be a shared path. It was never intended for outdoor dining, although I expect he always planned that.
Thank you. Considering that pedestrians frequently cross Rialto Lane to get into that little laneway, I'm just wondering, because there's no pedestrian crossing there, I'm just wondering how if council is liable for pedestrians moving there and how the risk sort of differs between these two spaces.
So the intended space is as a shared space, as Councillor Bingham has stated. So it's for pedestrian access and for cars and heavy vehicles to use for loading and unloading. It's never been intended as outdoor dining, which is a seating and different activity.
But it continues to be a shared space regardless of if we revoke outdoor dining.
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, that's correct.
And were the bollards put in especially for this trial, and will they continue to be replaced?
Through you, Mayor Hines, there were bollards in place. We did put in place bigger bollards, and we also painted them to try and get a little bit of differentiation so that they were visible by vehicles. They were still hit very regularly.
Okay, so, but the same traffic calming measures there will remain because it's still going to be a shared space?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, that's correct.
Okay, I'm also just wondering what was the criteria for this trial to be assessed? I mean, I've seen in the report as well the photos, but I'm just, usually there's a big long thing for me to read and I'm like, what am I reading? I'm just looking.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we use the outdoor dining guidelines as to assess whether or not a business can have outdoor dining, and that talks to the risk, it talks to pedestrian access, has a number of criteria. When the report initially came to council, we recommended against outdoor dining in this location because of the guidelines. The guidelines are used again in this assessment, as well as the information around the amount of vehicle damage, etc.
I guess I'm just wondering on what grounds a trial was allowed to be undertaken if there was no clear mechanism for review and if we can't view the process of that assessment or if that hasn't been relayed to the business owners.
Through you, Mayor Hines, as I stated before, it came from the chamber.
Yeah, it was a notice of motion.
Good governance leads to good governance, what can I say? Okay, I think that's all from me, thank you.
Okay, next person I've got on my list here, Councillor Grattan.
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe a bit of a random question, but I'm just wondering whether there is precedent or the possibility for the cost of damage to bollards or replacement of bollards to be placed, for that cost burden to be placed on the business that's benefiting from them in a situation like this.
Through you, Mayor Hines, as to precedents, I wouldn't talk to precedents. What I would say is, should the chamber choose to actually resolve that this continues on, we could include that as a point of consideration and include that in the agreement.
I have a follow-up question to that. Is there any world in which council can escape its liability for this space and that the owner of rollers can do the most insurance ever?
Through you, Mayor Hines, council can't contract out of its responsibilities here.
Okay, so we'll go back to the original list of questions. Councillor Boja, did you have a question?
No, seconding when we get to debate, Madam Mayor.
Okay, all right. Councillor De Luca, your light was on. Is it a question?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay.
How many cafes are currently on Manly Corso and adjacent? And this is a bit of a Dorothy Dixer thing. I couldn't find a cafe that was opened after the Community Safety Committee meeting last week.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there are various different food and beverage operators along the Corso. I couldn't tell you exactly how many, half a dozen or so.
Are you able to advise of the vacancy rate along the Corso and adjacent?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't have those specific figures, but I'm aware that there is some vacancy on the Corso.
So just on that first question and the second question, would you be able to take that on notice and come back to me, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, so I can come back and have a look at that.
Thank you. In relation to the basing of risk, you stated that there have been no accidents, is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no accidents that involve people that we have been advised of.
Could you advise that prior to the trial, and noting Councillor Harvey's question and the answer provided, that the bollards had previously been provided, and knowing that area quite well, have you got data of how many times those bollards and also the chain to the building, the Rialto building, was actually smashed into by delivery trucks?
Through you, Mayor Hines. The report states that 11 of the bollards had been damaged. We can't count individually how many times.
No, I'm just talking prior to the trial. I go there every day and have done for 15 years. Have you got data? Oh, well, come down. If you want to come down, go for it. And so my question was, prior to the trial, have you got any reports or data as to the incidents of knocking into bollards and breaking the chain? So there's a chain to the building, and I know that in the past, well prior to this happening, that was actually broken by delivery trucks previously. Do you have any reports that you could look at or report back to us on, or any data regarding that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can certainly talk to the team that do those replacements, and they are unlikely to have specific reports of each and every incident, but could give anecdotally the number of times that they've been down to repair.
Thank you. In relation to Councillor Williams's concerns about chairs being moved, etc., why wasn't enforcement action undertaken? Was it deemed not to be serious enough for enforcement action by council?
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's no specific complaint that came through whilst photos have been seen post that. There was no action to be taken at that point because it was well past the time that it had occurred.
So there were no complaints?
No complaints specifically, no.
Okay.
To our compliance department that I'm aware of.
And with the claim raised by Councillor Hernjack of negligence, would not council be subject to the same negligence allegations if we remove shark nets and are not indemnified by the state government?
Point of order, relevance.
It is very relevant. You're talking about a negligence claim in insurance.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we can't answer that matter.
I thought not.
Okay. 19.1,
And
question
then
must not be asked
furthermore-
unless it concerns a matter on the agenda of the meeting or notice has not been given. Give the question.
Okay, sustained. Thank you.
It can't
Let's
be,
just
Madam
move on.
Mayor, it can't be sustained when it's a relevant question as to negligence.
We'll
and
move
then,
on.
just in relation to other trials that we've had, have the same standards been applied, for an example, the Strand trial for outdoor dining?
Through you, Mayor Hines, all outdoor dining on the Strand is subject to the, the outdoor dining guidelines, and as such, yes.
So has a risk assessment been undertaken of the Strand similarly to that of Rialto?
Through you, Mayor Hines, when each outdoor dining assessment application comes in, it gets assessed, yes.
Okay. How many reports has council had of cars on the Strand driving the wrong way and nearly into outdoor dining there? And is there a potential for negligence claims there?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I would have to come back to you. I don't have that information in front of me.
Thank you. If you can come back, that would be great.
Okay, I think I'll have a question or two, because why not? Everyone else seems to want to ask questions, so let's just add. I kind of like, having been around as some of the councillors has at the beginning of this and through it, and now we're kind of assessing it as we're going on. My understanding is this is a hole-in-the-wall cafe in a service lane, so it's not in the Corso. This is a service lane that is designed for delivery trucks and deliveries of all shapes and sizes. So I'm kind of curious about the question, and I suppose when this was a notice of motion, there probably should have been some kind of guidance around what does success look like and what it doesn't look like, because if success is nobody got hit or killed, is that really close enough from a risk assessment? And my question, I suppose, is if someone was hit or if a child had run out, because it's not like they're sitting on chairs, they're sitting on milk crates, and that's lovely and gives it a vibe. But if a child or someone had walked out in front of a delivery truck, I'm gathering that the first insurance they go for is possibly from the cafe, but it's more likely, as we know, everyone goes for council's insurance. What success do you think we would have about being covered for that, considering we're already aware it's a risk? Would we be covered or not?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I'd probably leave that to the insurance assessors at the time. As I said previously to a previous question, we can't contract out of the risk involved within this matter, and so how much contingent liability we would have would depend on the incident.
So is there a way of putting that risk onto the cafe owner who's obviously got it because it's not a proper cafe, like I said, it's a hole in the wall. So is there an opportunity to move that risk onto them? And considering the questions have been, if the bollards get hit and council's obviously replacing bollards because the trucks are hitting the bollards instead of the people, which is what they're designed to do, is there a way of encapturing all that risk and putting it on a cafe owner?
Through you, Mayor Hines, what I would say is that council staff, having looked at the risk associated with it, still believe it's above our tolerance. We don't believe we can contract out of all of the risk and all of the liability. Having seen some of these bollards be knocked basically out of the ground, there still remains a risk that is relatively high and outside of our risk tolerance.
So can I just ask one further question? When they are executing their outdoor dining application, do they have to have an insurance policy?
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes.
And what is the amount of that insurance policy?
Through you, Mayor Hines, we'll have to come back to you.
I'm being told by the shoppers on my left that it's up to 20 million.
Yeah, I believe it's 20 million. I don't want to quote the wrong figure, but I believe it's 20 million.
And does council require for that insurance to cover just the inside or the immediate outside area subject to the actual outdoor dining section?
Through you, Mayor Hines, because the licence is for the outdoor dining, it's for the outdoor dining licensed area.
So, in effect, they are insuring that outdoor dining area, and is it not the case, and I'd probably rely upon counsel here, that if a negligence claim was made to council, could not council then join them as a defendant? So our own in-house counsel is nodding yes. Yes? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no more questions, we might even get to the mover, who might want to say something.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, Rialto always was and always will be a service lane. With the closure of the Corso more than 30 years ago to traffic, this laneway became even more essential to the businesses along the Corso, providing the only access to their shops for delivering and receiving goods and removing rubbish. It is also the only access for Coles, the major supermarket in Manly, which constantly has trucks coming and going. It is the only access for the 195 apartments to their car parking underneath, and then they go through the laneway when they exit. It is the only access for the line of shops along South Stain that back onto it. And at the moment, there's a building of new apartments which are currently under construction. It's a very dangerous situation. It was never intended to be an outdoor dining area, and this trial has once and for all proven that this is not suitable. Look, I'm down at Manly all the time. I go there most days, and I have had the opportunity to see firsthand what is going on. There's no doubt that Roller's Bakehouse is a major attraction and a great addition to Manly, but they simply do not have the space to provide safe, and I stress the word safe, outdoor dining. Instead, patrons are seated along benches pinned against the wall, and then they're blocking the limited access that pedestrians have, with delivery trucks and vans trying to squeeze through this already tight space. As part of the trial, 21 bollards were installed. I think that actually 21 bollards were already in place, and separate and so that the area was separated from the vehicles. But many of these bollards are continually being damaged, and 11 having to be replaced. We already have lots of funky cafes in grungy laneways. We do not need any more in Rialto Lane. It's time to leave this space clear, allowing for a safe passage for pedestrians and vehicles. That's all I have to say.
Okay, so then I have Councillor Grashan and then I have Councillor Harvey.
Can I speak as a seconder, Madam Mayor?
Oh, sorry. No, yes, I'm so sorry. You're the mover, seconder. Sorry, Councillor Beaujard, I was just distracted.
No worries, Madam Mayor, it's getting late. I'll try and keep it brief. Thank you, Mayor. I second this motion, but first I want to be really clear. I'm a real strong supporter of local business. As Councillor Singh said, outdoor dining is a great way to activate our centres, and I'll always back it where it makes sense. When the former council created their motion for the trial, they were informed by staff of the risk. They acknowledged that risk in their notice of motion, and they acknowledged that this was a 9-month trial to see what had happened. Right? Backing it where it makes sense is important, but Rialto Lane is obviously not that place. During this trial, over 9 months, 11 bollards were hit and damaged by vehicles. If trucks are striking steel bollards, imagine if it had been a toddler or a resident. Insurance might cover a bent bollard, but it's cold comfort if the accident lands a child in a hospital ward or worse. You know, we have to be honest. Rialto Lane can't both be a service lane and a dining precinct. It's one or the other. Right? Ending this trial is the right call. So we can back outdoor dining in places where it actually works, safely and sustainably. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Grashan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to respectfully disagree with my fellow councillors there. I think the Rollers Bakehouse is a fantastic part of Manly. I love the coffee, I love the amazing pastries and things that they serve. I think the trial has shown that there wasn't any serious injuries. Yes, we damaged some bollards. As per my question earlier, I think we can ask the business potentially to cover the costs of those particular bollards, and I think we've got insurance coverage should we need it. Clearly, I don't want to have a child hurt either. But I think it's an important part of Manly, and I guess my risk appetite on this is just a little bit different, where I think we can take some level of risk to support small business in a vibrant part of Manly that's well loved. Thanks.
Councillor Harvey was next.
I love those croissants. I really do. I can't afford them though. And I guess my point is, all I hear from residents when I talk about Manly is, gosh, I wish that we had that European outdoor dining experience, which we really don't have on the main Corso in Manly. So I think when I look at Rollers and their adjacent businesses like the delicious cookies that I also can't afford, I'm joking, I think it's fantastic that we have a small local business that can actually afford to do a place-based activation. I think it's a crying shame that council actually initially voted through a trial with such a high risk appetite, because it's sort of like giving the community something that they love and then going, actually, you can't have it and we're not going to explain why. For that reason, I'm going to foreshadow an amendment which I suppose is in opposition to this, so I don't know how all that works. But I think that Rollers should stay open in the interim, and I think that council should provide a more detailed report back on the risk. I'm sure it exists and councillors in a previous council may have seen it, but I think that we should have a look as well. And I'd also appreciate the opportunity to sort of look at some potential traffic calming measures and other ways to make the space more safe. And yeah, their paint job, it just looks fantastic. It really aligns with everything that we've got in the Manly Place Plan, which, what does it say? It says that we need to define and design spaces that specifically encourage people to want to spend time being entertained, playing in family-friendly spaces and eating outdoors. And if you look along the whole Manly Corso, we actually don't have that. We really don't. I know the rents are too high, but they can afford it. So I think that we've got something that we want and we struggle to get. So let's let the good times roll.
So are you foreshadowing then an amendment that council extend the trial?
My wording is with governance. I've sent through two versions.
All right.
But I'm just foreshadowing it because it's in opposition, so I don't, like I said.
Okay. Gee, I have so many thoughts, but I'll keep them to myself. Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm speaking against my dear friend Councillor Bingham's motion, particularly with what the advice has come back tonight. And it's fact. There's been no complaints. There's been no accidents. And therefore, in my mind, it has not been of a high risk. It concerns me greatly that Manly is becoming a ghost town with the amount of vacant shops and properties. We must do all possible to encourage small business to survive. This will kill this small business, and it's not in our community's interests or the public interests. If we had thousands of complaints from residents saying close it down, okay, I'd consider it. But as stated on the record, there has not been one complaint. If there had been, enforcement action could have been taken. In regard to negligence concerns, again, we've heard from our own in-house counsel that if something were to go awry and a negligence claim were to be submitted, the actual business is insured. We think up to 20 million, usually a mandatory civil liability insurance claim is 10, public liability I should say. And again, we have the option of actually joining the business to the proceedings to alleviate any expenditure. And as Councillor Grattan said, we don't want to see any injuries, but there haven't been any injuries. And as I said, I'm regularly down in that area, and I can say that that laneway has been a concern for many, many years, well before this trial, and I'd be more concerned about Coles's trucks and other trucks further up to the north than down that end. And I did mention my concern about the Strand, and I can honestly say I think there's greater risks on the Strand with vehicular possible collisions than there is at this actual location. We've seen numerous cars not realising that it's no longer two-way and driving the wrong way. We've seen people go over the pedestrian crossing when there's pedestrians on it and nearly colliding. So if we're talking about risk, I think we're going to have to get very serious on risk and undertake proper risk assessments on all those areas, because it would be unfair not to do so. So I commend that we vote against this and that we allow outdoor dining to continue.
Okay. Well, when we actually manage to vote on this item, if we keep talking, it just keeps going. What can I say? So as the mover, have we moved into debate? Do people want to debate it more, or can we go back to the mover? Write a reply. Councillor Bingham.
I just want to say that in actual fact I've received a lot of complaints from the other businesses who have trouble receiving their goods and services. There's actually loads of coffee shops in the side streets and other streets of Manly. I think there's something like 60 coffee shops nearby, and they're not in the Corso because they can't afford to operate there, but they're in every lane, every other street, Sydney Road, and so on. So, it's a fantastic bakery, but I'm not prepared to have residents and customers at risk because we can't accommodate them in a service lane.
Okay. If we can put this item to the vote, that would be lovely. Where's the foreshadowed motion?
I think...
Only if this doesn't get over.
I think Councillor Harvey foreshadowed the original recommendation as the motion.
Okay. No.
Different, but you have foreshadowed something.
Okay, so does governance have the foreshadowed? Or no one can remember it this time of night? Okay, all right. Let's just get on with the voting. All those in favour, please put your hands up. Councillor Williams, Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey and myself, and Councillor Robins and Councillor Beaujard. And those against? 7, 4 and 6 against. Okay, councillors. In accordance with clause 19.3 of the Code of Meeting Practice, the meeting has now concluded at 11:37.
Just, Madam Mayor, did you declare the vote on that? Whether it's
carried.
I lodge a rescission motion.
Okay, thank you for the notification. Okay, so in accordance with clause 19.3 of the Code of Meeting Practice, the meeting's now concluded at 11:37. The following items were deferred by the ordinary council meeting of the 16th of September to the 16th of September 2025 in accordance with clause 19.4A of the Code of Meeting Practice, which is 13.2, the land dealings policy, the outcome of that public exhibition, 14.1, notice of motion 32-2025, advocacy regarding review of short-term rental accommodation, 14.2, notice of motion 33.2025, legislative reforms to Class 1 development appeals to the New South Wales Land and Environment Court, 15.1, notice of rescission number 1 of 2025, item 7.1, the mayoral minute on student bicycle licence scheme, and 18.4 mayoral minute 11/2025, which is the annual performance review of our CEO. With that, thank you, councillors, for lasting as long as you have. I know it's been a tough meeting. May you all have a lovely rest of the night and wake up tomorrow morning refreshed. Thank you.